Can you hear me now? I'm adding everybody now. And I'm trying to add everybody to the stage.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I see Keita. Let me see if I can try to add Kiana.
Yeah.
I wish y'all can see my screen. Like it's moving very slow. The universe will let me be great.
Oh
I can't even see
man.
myself on the screen. That's how silly this is right now.
Really?
Okay, so I can hear Keita. I see the chat.
Okay.
Right?
My little edges.
And I don't know if they can. Okay, so I see
It's all right.
Kiana. Okay, let me try to see. Like I'm like pressing, and I don't see add stage. So I'm just like hoping that everybody pops up. Good morning,
Lachey.
everybody.
Lachey should be there.
Morning.
Good morning.
I think there's a lag.
Sorry for your tech issues, Jaleesa.
All the time. It's okay though.
Where'd she go? I need her.
She's
I'd be
coming
happy
back.
when I lock my hair.
Who said that?
Me. Yeah. With her
Oh, you're gonna lock your hair?
I'm gonna get braids for the last time, and then I'm gonna get like after this. I'm gonna get braids because my daughter's graduating next month, and then I'm gonna
Keita, I would like to shout out your daughter. Thanks for her noticing I disappeared.
She notices.
She's like, where'd she go? I'm like,
First, she said, "Where's Kiana?" I said, "Well, what about Jaleesa?" She said, "Okay, but where is everybody?"
no, on track.
Okay.
Thank
and
you.
now she's like, "I like Kiana's scarf." I'm like, "I know."
Oh,
I can
thank you.
I almost put on the scarf today, but I need to let my scalp breathe. So I didn't put anything because I have a matching scarf for my native top.
Yes.
Um,
Everybody sees you. Go
oh,
ahead. Say hi.
Don't be surprised if it kicks me out. If it kicks me out, you all just keep talking. Okay.
Yeah.
But good morning, everybody. Welcome to the morning sprints. Why am I still hearing noise? Do you all still hear noise? Like the intro?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I hear it.
The intro? I don't hear the intro.
I can hear the music and it's still playing. Go on ahead, take care of the comments while I try to fix this back here. Because it's not showing. I don't know why it's playing.
How do we?
Ellen says hey. Nicole says hey to everybody. The book hermit, she says, "Hey pals, filming this afternoon, then hopefully reading in a bit." So that'll be good. Hold on. Brooklyn reads, "Hi, I'm doing my Eclipse watch along, but wanted to pop in and say hey."
Yeah, I thought I wanted to go to it, but I was like, I'll be here. So
right.
And I've already seen the clips, so it's fine.
Nicole says that she's trying to finish The Woman in White. That one.
Yeah, the one by Wilkie Collins. I think that's correct. Wilkie. Okay. It's a classic.
Oh, okay. I never heard of it. Hold on. Marissa Thoman, she says, "Good morning to everyone." Good morning.
Hey, Marissa.
Where we at?
I guess it's not.
Hold on. Okay. I'm trying to skip all the ones where they were like, "Oh, we can hear you." There's
right.
Ellen said that she's going to cook dinner. Honey, I gotta cook too later on. We ain't got no food up in here now.
Oh man, I gotta
She said I'm 7 hours ahead of Texas and 6 hours ahead of New York. So if you're 6 hours ahead of New York,
You're in Monday.
that means
She's in Norway.
Yeah, it is 9:30 a.m. here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say I think you're 4 hours ahead of me in the Midwest. That could be.
So it's 3 o'clock there. It's 3:40.
3:40.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In Oslo, well, in her area in Norway.
Yeah, in her area. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, she said the same thing. Mm-hmm. And that is it. Oh wait, Marissa says I've been wanting to read The Woman in White. How are you liking it? Oh, she's talking to
Nicole.
Nicole. But that's it so far.
Thank you.
No worries.
Good morning, everybody. We're gonna do it a little bit different because my computer it's on something else. So I try to even click on these comments, it's gonna be a problem. You all are here because you can read. So I'm gonna let you all read through the comments for yourselves.
You can.
Okay.
And we will address them as we go. I am so sorry. One of these days, like I keep saying, I'm gonna play the lotto and I'm gonna win, and I'm gonna get a decked out computer set. But for now, we're gonna let this Chromebook work its magic, what little it does have.
Listen, let's praise God that you still have a laptop, just like I praise God that my laptop is working now.
Okay, because look
Same here.
Child, you should have seen my face that day. I was like, the Lord, the devil is working today, child.
She had the black screen of death.
Oh my God. Like the minute I said, what is with 2024 now? What is
right?
with
We're only 4 months in.
Is Mercury in retrograde?
Like
it was until a couple of days ago.
I don't even know what that means. I just know it affects the computer.
Right? It's affecting me. It's affecting
Mercury
him.
in micro braid.
What did he say?
Gatorade.
I'm like,
it's doing a lot because it stressed me out. Oh,
I was like anxiety, stressed out. My husband is like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "No, my brain is tired. My brain is tired. What do you want me to do? Take my laptop to the Geek Squad, please, so we can figure out what is going on." He's like, "Sure, babe, I got you." Okay, that's all I need to hear.
Yeah,
right. Don't hear nothing else. Mm-hmm.
I love it when your husband's like, "I got you, I got it." You know, you could just be like, "Okay, you got it,"
because he knows when. Because I try not to show emotions in front of her because she tends to pick up on it, and then we got to go through this whole song and dance. Because once I'm feeling it, she's feeling it. So he sees it on my face, and then he's like, "All right, just tell me what you want me to do." No, take my laptop, please. Like, it's either that or it's going to happen on your day off. And I know you don't want it to happen on your day off. Figure this out. So he comes and he's like, "Just give me the laptop. I'm going in now." All right. Then he texts me. He's like, it's just your charger.
Oh, good.
That happens a lot. Thankfully.
But I knew that it wasn't my laptop per se, because I'm like, it's still young. And I still had a couple of more years. Like for me, I treat my electronics with the biggest care in the world. So I can get 10 plus years out of my electronics if I, do the legwork and keep it tight. So when he told me it was a charger, I almost wanted to break down. And then my best friend, her godmother, she was like, what happened? And then I told her, and she's like, "All right, the charger's coming to you tomorrow." I said, "You just bought it?" And she's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Girl,
that's a friend." Like, what you need?
Okay. So then I said, "All right, I'll get the stand," because they said that, because the laptop, it gets too hot, get the stand.
Oh yeah.
And so
I have one of those.
I have one.
I never had one.
I don't have one either. I want one because it's just better for your posture and your neck. But my laptop is huge, and most of the affordable stands they won't take its weight.
Right. And because you know what I think it is, because I never got the stand, I think it was because my laptop is a touch screen. So I'm able to turn it and let it sit up, and then I can do, touch it and do whatever I want. So it never really dawned on me to get one because that's what I was doing before. But now with her, it's been sitting, plainly on the table. So I'm like, all right, no, I'll get one this time. I'll get it this time. But yeah,
it helps a lot. I can tell you all. I'll sit in the chat when I pick up my computer so you can see what kind that I have. I've had this since I was like, what, 22, 23? I don't know. I'm about to be 36 pretty soon. So I've had this for 14 years, and it's sturdy, and you can change the incline of it. So yeah.
The stand, you've had the stand for. Okay, I thought you were saying your laptop. I was like,
oh no. Well, no, I've had this laptop for maybe 14 plus years too. I have a Gateway. My mother, she looks at those. Well, back in the day, she used to watch those. What do you call them things? The late night buying
commercial.
QVC.
Oh no, QVC. That's what it was. So I was in college at that time, and this was my graduation gift. I didn't know she was, thinking about giving me one, but it's lasted me this entire time. I work from home on it. The days that I do work from home, it lasted during the pandemic. I've only had to change the battery, I think, once. So I highly recommend a Gateway. You can. I think she paid installment payment, so don't worry about putting down cash all at one time.
My laptop on QVC. QVC still going strong. It's just online too. Well, I think it's on TV still.
Yeah.
That's where I got mine.
Those late night talks and whatnot. But before we get back to the comments and then also to the sprints, I want to go back to this lock journey. So wait, when did you finally decide you were going to get locks, Kiana?
I've been thinking about it for years.
I've been thinking.
I've been thinking about it for years. My sister had them. My big sister, well, all my sisters are my big sisters. My oldest sister had them for years, and then she let them go. Then I was like, okay, I'm really thinking about it. Then my daughter's boyfriend locked his hair, and then I was like, okay, I still been thinking about it. And then my other sister, she started hers, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. And then so my best friend, I told her, I said, I'm gonna lock my hair, and she sent me a picture. Now we're separated because I moved out here like Riverside area, but she's still kind of not LA, but she's still kind of far away from me. And so she sent me a picture, and her hair was locked, and I said, okay, confirmation. Like everybody's doing it, I'm gonna do it. And I had always thought my husband didn't like locks, so I was like, I want him to like it, And I was like, I'm thinking about it. And I said, I know you don't like it. And he said, when did I say that? And I was like, I thought you didn't like him. And he was like, I just want to see how you'll look with him, but I never said I didn't like him. So I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna do it then.
Oh, you actually care about what he thinks of your hair? Oh, okay.
A little bit. I mean, ultimately, if I was gonna get him, if I wanted him, but I want him to still,
Oh no, I
didn't want him to hate it.
Oh no, I just do it, and then I'd be like, just like I did with this. I told Julissa, I just went ahead and finished it, and then I said, "Babe, how you like it? Turn to this side. Turn that side." All right. Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't gonna go nowhere, but
no,
right. It's like I already got you.
But see, I can't do the locks because of me dealing with the alopecia. So that's one. Okay. And then two, I just can't commit, honey. So I just decided I'll just get the crochet locks and just do like this here is butterfly locks. So I just figured, why not just test the waters and just see how some of these locks look. But I do love that we do have a Black female, Black owned, who does the crochet locks, all different types of locks. So I loved her because I found her the first year that she even opened up this business. And in fact, she's in the UK. and I've been dealing with her for years. And they do payment plans, but that crochet is enough for a whole head and then some, honey.
Okay.
And have all of the hair jewels and stuff. But I always commend everybody for putting locks in. Even his mom, she's a stylist for locks.
Okay.
Yeah, she does the locks all the time. So I'm like, girl, I love it. Like, I love all. Like, I love the way it looks. It's so natural. It's so beneficial, but it's also like a representation of what your mood is and what you're going through in life. Because sometimes in the end, when you've probably struggled, had like the most traumatic experience and you have your locks, like sometimes that's like the end of your locks, and then you just take them off and then, be free. But yeah, I love locks. I hope you do it because I want to see how it looks.
I'm gonna do it.
I need you to do it. No, this time I need you. No.
I made up my mind. I don't change my hair that often. So
good. So the next time that we see you, you're gonna have starter locks.
I'll say in probably a couple of months.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah.
What about you, Jaleesa? You thinking about it? No.
No. But the thing is, okay, so yesterday I saw my younger sister and she has locks, and she's always trying to get me and my older sister to get locks. We all have different hair textures. My sister has the looser, greater hair. Long story, but we have different fathers. My older sister and the other us two. Anyhow, I don't think she will be able to do the locks because she already is complaining about her hair getting too tangled already. Because I don't know if you all are familiar with the term Frenchman, like from Louisiana. My sister has Frenchman grade of hair. So if she were to try to lock it, maybe it would take a while for it to even do its thing. But she's already complaining about it tangling too much and taking too long. Me, I am afraid that I am not going to be able to wash my hair as often because I shampoo my hair every week. And I feel like if I get locks, I won't be able to do that because it will take too long for it to dry. It takes a while for my hair to dry now, and it's loose. I mean, it's dry now.
I'm sorry. You could buy them little hooded dryers.
I don't want to buy them now.
But it doesn't have to be the whole setup. You put your hair dryer, and it's like a bonnet kind of, like a plastic. And you put it on your hair,
like the hair dryer. And it has that little hoop, not hoop, but the hose that connects to it.
It got a hose, and you can buy that. But if you don't,
and it comes in a pouch. It's in a pouch. Like you just take it out whenever you need it, hook it up to the dryer. I still have it.
You can get one of those.
Maybe when I turn 40.
If I still have it, I'll let you know, and then I'll send it to you because I don't use it anymore.
Okay. So I'd be worried about it getting, what's it called, mold if you don't let it dry all the way. And then on top of that, and alopecia runs on my father's side of the family, so I'm afraid that the tension of it is gonna make it where I have a bald spot or something. Because I already have not thinning, but my hair is thin right here at the top. Okay. So there's too many factors that make it where I feel like I'm gonna be just bald.
I'm telling you, wait until you get pregnant, child. Wait until you have a baby.
I'm not gonna have any edges. They're gonna be gone. I can do it already. So I don't know, but I like the look of them. But I don't think my scalp can take it. Yeah. What about you, Lachette? No,
I have no plans on getting locks.
Does anybody in your family have them?
In my family, not my immediate family. Some cousins here and there, and I have plenty of friends with locks. I just personally, I guess I could say I don't like doing my hair, but that's not true.
I can say that.
I can say that I don't like doing my hair at all.
I don't mind it after a shower.
It's more, I don't like getting my hair done. So even now with it being natural, it's been like this for a while. And I cut it myself. I don't like the whole salon experience, the hairdresser. So I don't like it. I don't like it. I used to get it braided when I was younger, but I don't like that either. I'm not a person who likes other people touching me in general. So all of these like services I don't do because I'm like, not worth it. But there's no. It looks nice, but it looks nice, and sometimes I'm like curious, but it's not a strong enough curiosity for me
to go and do it. Yeah, we're gonna vicariously live through you, Kiana. We're waiting.
We're waiting.
We're waiting. Real quick, I saw some other comments come in from Ellen Lunacha Books. She had a question for us, but I'm gonna first read her first comment and then go to the next one. So she said she's currently reading The Mimicking of Known Successes by Malka Ann Alder. Some of you know this, but I'm reading Hugo Awards finalists as I will be voting this year. So she's reading she's voting this year, so she's reading those. I know because she's in my Discord and we're in the Discord together as well. But yeah, she's been going through and reading the books over time and keeping up with everything going on with the Hugo Awards. But the question that she has for us,
I forgot she had a question for us. I have a question.
Oh yeah, she had a question about tomatoes. I think did she say tomatoes? I have a cooking question for you, native speakers of English. What does nos in a recipe mean? Tu nos tomato. I think that means numbers, but numbers. I've never seen that.
I guess that's not English. I think that in like.
Is it in Spanish?
Spanish, yeah.
Right. I think it might mean numbers, but
numbers, yeah.
Or
like the amount.
I thought that meant numbers, but maybe not.
Did you Google it?
Yeah, right. Get my phone.
Marissa said the same thing as us. We all are native English speakers, and we have no idea what nos.
But I don't really cook like that, so.
Me either. Not by a recipe, at least.
Because I'm thinking like green tomato.
When I Google, it says number 2 tomatoes. Like
I think it's numbers.
Oh, okay. So we were right. I mean, I've seen nos, but it'll be like a capital N, and then was it a capital N and a capital O? I've seen it before. I don't write it like that.
Oh, okay, so Google says it's the can size. So number 2 tomatoes is the size of the can. It's 2.5 cups or 20 ounces is a number 2 can.
I ain't never heard of that before.
I never heard of that.
Number 2.
Oh no.
This is U.S. Foods number 2 tomatoes have no decay. I guess that's something they tell foreign people.
That's interesting. I ain't never seen it before.
Right.
Maybe of our
the older recipe books, maybe not the newer recipe books.
She said, "Oh, so not fresh tomatoes."
That's all that comes up when I Google.
I mean, I would imagine you can kind of like estimate. But yeah, I see the same thing as Lachette. Number 2 can equal 20 ounces or 2.5 cups. So you can maybe do that with fresh tomatoes. Just make sure that you measure them. Or just add as the spirit leads you to. Because that's what I do.
I think that means to close the book and go get something to eat. Go to a restaurant instead.
You taught us something new today because we didn't know this. I don't be paying attention to the can most of the time when I pick up a can.
She's laughing. She said we're all confused.
Yeah, like what? What is this? My brain glitched a little bit because all I thought was number.
Right.
Not grammatically correct and it's not usually used and written in English.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, okay. So it's not
Two
for
of. Well, it says also when I just look up two nos or two nos, it says two of.
So is it two cans or
You
just
should
2
use
ounces?
two. So when I just took out the tomatoes, it just says two of or use two of. So it could be two tomatoes, Ellen.
Okay. So it's maybe like cooking terminology. A little bit like medical terminology when you
It's
put
just a recipe. She said it's a recipe, right?
Right, it's a recipe, but I was just saying like what it's a little bit similar to how when they do medical terminology, they do shorthand for different stuff. Like instead of putting with, they'll put the W and the slash and some other stuff.
Oh, okay. It says nos means like. Oh dang! I just lost it. Damn.
Yes, we are, Ellen. Yes, we are.
I
mean, I know. I don't know what your recipe is, Ellen. But the other thing that came to mind is nitric oxide. You know the.
Yep.
I don't think that's the type of recipe you're doing, but I could be wrong. Thanks, Fast and Furious, for that one.
I don't plan on cooking today. I cooked yesterday. I got leftovers from a party. That's nuts. She most likely is making something that's vegan. I don't want to assume beans because most of the time she makes some beans too. I'm sure she will let us know in the comments.
Yeah.
But you said I was what looks right. The comments are coming in faster on my phone than they are in the.
It stands for number. So
yeah. She said I was at what looked right, I guess.
No, we don't.
Looks right. Sounds like a plan.
Why don't we go ahead and because we're gonna go into a sprint pretty soon. Show what we're gonna read. I'm gonna let y'all go first because I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to read. And I'll just say what I'm gonna read last. So you're gonna read the Mary. Okay. Oh, Travels Along the Way. That's
yes. I haven't picked this up since last weekend.
Look, let's see the books.
I need to finish this.
What does that mean? Like you just have the mood for it, or it's just like it's not?
I've been in the mood for romance and been reading other things. Not been on my TBR. So yeah, so you can see it a little bit better.
Okay.
I thought you finished that.
I did not. I was halfway through it last Sunday, and I haven't picked it up since.
Oh my God, girl. I was sitting there like, this girl better finish this thing today.
I'm just saying, I didn't finish a little life. So I'm
but after we got off the live, me and Jaleesa were just talking for the rest of the day.
Right, she did say that.
We were talking for a while. I can't do that today. I got a book club today. We could keep chatting like we usually do, but I got a book club meeting at 5, I think. Yeah, with Kenya. Do you all know reviews may vary on Instagram? Yeah. Okay, she has a book club. I'm part of it. So she has a book club meeting today at 5:00. We're going to be talking about pinata. I have thoughts. So I will be there and I'll be the loudest. I know she's ready. She's like,
ask the questions that you want to ask. Don't worry about it. Just ask the questions.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like she and I are on the same page. I don't know about everybody else in the book club because I know this is some of people's favorite book, but I'm going to have to just like pop that bubble and let them know.
Wait, what book are y'all reading?
It worked for us. Pinata. It was all right. It's a horror book.
Oh.
I don't want to call it. I mean, it felt like horror, but not really. It was just creepy. I wish that the first chapter of the prologue of the book, it was the best. So I wish the rest of the book was the same way. And that's the problem. Like there was a disconnect. I'm like, wait, how do we go from I'm feeling unsettled to now like I'm just following you along the way and I'm bored. So it was weird. But I would read another book from them. It's not like I wouldn't, but I wouldn't recommend this one. I recommend you read the prologue and that's it. Because that was a
wow.
It's one of those.
Oh yeah, I started Perfect Peace. Remember Courtney was talking about it.
Yeah,
It's good so
it
far.
is.
It's good, but you know how it's trauma is trauma.
Yeah, that's why I put it down. I had started reading it a couple of years ago. I think I maybe made it through chapter 1, and I was like, these people are coming out of left field, like out of pocket. What the drama?
It is trauma, but it's good. I think I'm like on chapter 6 or 7 now, but I'm not reading that. I'm reading Barbarian Redemption. It's part of Ice Planet Barbarians. I think it's
okay.
13.
I was waiting for you to say A Court of Thorns and Roses because I know you were reading that.
Oh yeah, I finished it.
Okay.
You did?
I finished it.
How did you like it?
I liked it. I gave it 4 stars.
Okay.
I'm gonna go on with the series. I have a question.
Go, please do.
Then we have an answer.
I don't know. Are fairies like scary or are they like hot? Or is it like they could be either one?
I think they're both.
Okay,
Yeah, it could be either one. It depends on what you're reading, and think like they're not the same race-wise, obviously, but popularity-wise and how they're used in books, it's similar to like vampires.
Okay.
Mm.
Vampires got that whole hot thing going. I think it's because I was like, am I scared of them or am I?
It's better to be attracted yet scared.
They seem very strong and cunning, and it seems like they use humans, you know, for all kinds of things. So I would put them in the class of creepy.
Okay.
For me, but I know they can be sweet if they like you.
If they like you, I think, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
My favorite book in the series was the second one. I liked the first one. The second one was my favorite. The third one, I have no memory. I cannot remember anything.
It's not getting good reviews.
I don't know. Maybe because it's too long.
Oh,
it's too long.
Yeah.
What? I don't remember. What's the third one again?
Don't have me lying. Let me see.
All right. It was not a quiz. I was just asking to see if y'all remember before I look it up.
See, I can't remember. It's A Court of somebody. I
don't know. Right.
And it wasn't no roses or thorns. I didn't know what I was like, why is it called A Court of Thorns and Roses? And wasn't nobody talking about
court.
Roses. A Court of Wings and Ruin. I don't remember.
I was like, where's the roses?
Okay. That was a good one. That's the one where they have the war, right?
I think so. So that's why I get confused. I just know that each book there's like some kind of twist of surprise, and I'm only surprised by a couple of them.
Well, you know, it must have flew past my head because
I don't know. I noticed. I know a couple of times there was planting stuff, and it was. I thought it was
not very
specifically about roses.
To me, I think the first one was the strongest. I think anywhere for me after that, it was just like the politics and everything was just. You were missing me with it.
I got confused. I was like, "Am I dumb?" I felt stupid, but I'm not
like the title got to do with this.
It's a Wings and Ruin, and that's the one where Tiana hasn't read it. I don't want to spoil it.
Is that the one where there's a change in somebody? You know, is that the one? Or am I like
repeat that?
There's a change, like something happens with these people in like a cauldron. Is that the one? I'm trying to spoil it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I remember something. I just don't remember how we got there. That's the problem. Like the traveling. I was asleep the whole time. So I don't know if I'm gonna continue with that series.
Yeah, no. I was done.
But I do like the other series. What's the one? The Crescent Moon? Whatever.
Crescent
City?
Crescent City. Yes, Crescent City is good. It just took like maybe I want to say 70 to 100 pages for me to actually get into it, which is kind of long considering that the book is like almost 800 pages. But I see it's worth it.
Okay.
It's worth it.
So, like, have you even started book 2?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Worth it.
Like, to really be honest, like, I don't think I can do it. Like, I can't. I can't. The series, the ACOTAR series, just kind of like left me. If I go ahead and I read an 800-page book,
Oh, I didn't know it was that long. Shit.
I'm gonna die.
It's long.
So I'll say this. I think the general opinion, which I agree with, is the ACOTAR series of her 3 series is the least like good. Like the other 2 are better than that one.
Okay.
So that's the first book for me was kind of like meh. I only read it, I mean, because it was popular, and then I think that was my first like retelling, and I was like, well, what? No, that's not true. I read Wicked, but thank God this was not like Wicked. The Throne of Glass series is definitely better. It just doesn't end how it starts. What else? Crescent City. Like I feel like her writing is better, but not because now she's definitely popular, and so they don't. That book needs to be. All of those books need to be a good like 300 pages shorter. Also, for me personally, I have read a lot of urban fantasy. It's like top genre for me, or subgenre I should say, and like you can see the influence from people who've been doing it longer and that she has. But also for me, like she throws a lot of stuff in there that doesn't make sense together fantasy wise, and I was just like, no.
I did notice that. I did notice that. Yeah.
Okay.
Crescent City is like there's angels, there's I don't know what they are, demons or whatever from another dimension. There's mermaids, mermen, there's vampires, there's werewolves, and it's just like they're all in a city together and they have their own quarters and whatnot, and they interact but don't, and it's just like who has more power than the others, and like when stuff like
it's a lot.
Like these things are not just in fiction. They come from urban legends and they have like a historical background, if not literal backgrounds. They're not real depending on who you talk to. But there are people who believe in these things, so like there is some basis for them, and it's just like I don't understand how these people are ruling these people.
Is she trying to do like American Gods or something? It seems like it's trying to be
because American Gods is better.
Okay.
At least the book, right? I don't know.
The book is 50 times better.
I was like,
really? Okay.
I have the book.
How she threw all of these races together, but didn't explain how that was
how they coexist and stuff.
And then I
agree with that. Yeah.
It's just as far as the plot goes, it's just too much. There was too much. I don't know. Nothing happening. I was like, why is this?
Most of her writing is like that. I don't want to say it's too much not happening. It's more so like what people really like about it is that like they just like being in that world, even if nothing is happening.
I can't.
Yeah.
Like you gotta give me plot. You gotta give me meat. You gotta give me something.
Right. Because after a while, you're like, why are we here?
Right.
Okay.
Because that's what the ACOTAR was doing. It was slowing me down because there was no meat, no substance. I'm not here to invest my time to these audiobooks.
Want to quest or something.
If you are not going to do something, like you got to do something for me. Make those pages worth my time. Make that series worth my time, that when by the end of it, I can see that you're gonna have a full circle moment. But it didn't look like there was a full circle moment. Then I heard that that all of these series is actually connected with each other.
Apparently in book 2 for the Crescent City series, that at the end is when it all comes together. The thing is, I think she does bring full circle moments, like definitely in for ACOTAR series, the Court of Wings and Ruin is like that. Several times over. And it happens in Throne of Glass a couple of times, and then it seems like, I guess, in Crescent City it's happening as well. I was just like,
I'll read the second one, but I won't prioritize it.
As an urban fantasy fan, I was like, no, you're not doing this well enough. Maybe a lot of her fans don't read urban fantasies, so like I've seen people who because she talks about the books and authors that she was influenced by, which, kudos to her for that. And I see like her fans go back and try to read those, and it's just like, it's different enough they don't like it. And I'm like, well, that just makes sense to me because I don't like what she's doing. Serious. I don't know. I have a friend who's trying to convince me now to like, it's like, no, because you see how all 3 series are connected if you read the second book. But I'm like, listen,
that's too much time.
I read high fantasy. I read books that are 500 to 1,000 pages, and it's really, up to you as an individual whether you enjoy being in that world or not. It's going to be different person to person. And I don't really enjoy being in the Crescent City world. Like, I'm not sitting through 1,000 pages just for it to just be wrapped up in the last 20 or so. No.
Yeah, that is my one gripe. When I did read the first book for me, I felt like the last part was just unhinged. It was like 20, the last 20%. I don't know what happened. It's like all of a sudden somebody gets all the strength. This person gets all these powers. They realize themselves. I'm like, girl, whoa, this feels like, like a full sugar. Too much. What is going on?
Well, you might not like
it was a lot.
Sanderson's books.
I got whiplash.
You might not like Brandon Sanderson because he has this thing where they call it Sanderlanche, like an avalanche towards the end of his book. Everyone, and it's not that things are not happening before that, but like all of a sudden, like a lot is happening at the same time.
Yeah, so too much is happening. It was like I was on
Warbreaker.
Kept going down.
That was good.
We're not trying to discourage you from reading the rest of the series. It's just like keep in mind.
No, I'm gonna do it. It's just not a priority.
Right? It's like
they're gonna be around. They're gonna be.
It's gonna be a lot of pages where nothing is really happening.
Oh,
so you have to
but don't get me wrong. I like the audio book of it, the graphic audio, because that helps, for me to get through. But once I got through book 4, I was like, bro.
Oh, a lot of people don't like the 4th book.
Get somewhere? I was like,
a lot of people don't, even fans of the series didn't like the 4th book because it's like it's more. The 4th book is more like a, what do they call that? Stories, short stories, fairy tales.
No, because it was just like
Frosted Starlight. It's like fairy tales from the world. So
so it was just like coming from different other POVs, and I was just like, okay, but we still you didn't give me anything though. We didn't get anywhere. So I was like, you know what? For my mental health, you're not about to put me in a reading slump.
You're not gonna do me, Sarah J. Maas.
You know that. And I mean, it really, I promise you. So that's when I realized that romantasy is not for me. It's not.
Okay.
Because even in some of the other romantasy books, I realized that my level of patience it dwindles. Like And that's because I'm not really a romance person. So I could care less about that. You got to give me fantasy. Give me the plot. Give me a beginning, a middle, and an end. Please.
Okay.
That's what I need. I need the action.
I like the romance. I'm a romance girl.
These are very, so you'll probably enjoy these. All of her books are very heavy on the romance in a fantasy setting.
Right.
I wanted to see what the hype was, so that's why I picked it up.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
You might like the second book better than the first one, then, Kiana.
Okay.
Yeah. I would just say just continue with it. But I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think the only one that I was really feeling in the book is probably her sisters. And I believe like the very last book has her sister. Nesta.
You like Nesta?
Yeah.
I might like her later.
She was
love Nesta.
She was coming with it.
I don't like her now, but I think it might change. I think
it's
supposed to like
she's not a likable
person, right?
But like you and I enjoy.
I think it will change.
You'll understand when you get to like book two, because book 2 or book 3, one of them, and because there's some interaction. There's quite a lot of interaction.
She shows up a lot in book 3. I don't remember if she's in book 2 at all. Like they mention her and the other Elaine. That's the other sister, the one.
Yeah. Okay. The quiet one, she's sort of like the quiet one, but the super nice one. Yeah. But Nesta, there's a big, huge portion of her in one of those.
And it's the third one.
Yeah.
The third one is the war and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind the unlikable character as long as we kind of can see their side of it. I don't.
You don't see her side until way later. It's all because she's not the main character and she's not a secondary character, so you don't really get her side. You just see her more, and you'll see them interact as sisters in the third book. All three of them will show. They'll show up at whatever point. Okay. But Nesta gets her own book.
Oh, okay.
And that's the 5th one.
Damn.
So
gotta wait on it.
You got a long way to go.
I can't say I'm gonna stick with it that long, but I'm gonna try.
Right.
Something that looks
That's why I did the graphic audio.
It's way down.
Yeah, the graphic audio was a little bit better because at least they broke it down into parts. So I, paced myself with it. So each book had 2 parts of the dramatized audio. So I paced myself, doing one and then doing it on another day, like one, and then 2 days later I get into another one because I could tell that the slump was coming. So I was like, all right, we're gonna pace it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you were reading back to back?
Yeah, because I'm one of those people that when it comes to series, I like to still be in that mindset. So that world, I want to be immersed in the world. Stop talking. I like to be immersed in the world. I want to make sure that my mind and my brain is open to like the politics, the creatures, all the people that's a part of it. So I'm not forgetting anything. Yeah. So that's why I read series like back to back. No shade if y'all can't do that. It's just that's how I was, especially I think the only break that I've ever did with a fantasy book was Game of Thrones, and that's a whole lot of pages. So I paced myself with that. So I read the first 2 and then I took a year off and then read the other 2 after that back to back. So I think I was done when it got to the part like the season before that 4th book happened when Jon Snow was, when he
I do not know. I have not read that.
Well, in the series, everybody should know the infamous part of that in the series. But other than that, I finished that. And I never read. What are you doing? You making some child, you doing too much, child. What you
I
doing?
need attention.
Jon Snow is
As
not
if
my
she don't
favorite character.
as if she doesn't get enough. Okay. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. But yeah, so I don't know. I may end up getting back into because I really want to read the 5th book. So I may end up going back and just listening to it. I don't right now is probably for me it's just a soft DNF and I don't really like DNF in books. So whenever I DNF it, I usually go back to it towards like the end of the year before the year is out and then just try to finish it out just so, that way I can say that I accomplished in, finishing a book. But yeah, the Nestor, as soon as I read the back part of that book and I was like, stop, like really y'all put Nestor at the end? That was my whole reaction. I was like, y'all put Nestor at the end? She could have been the 4th.
It's not supposed to be the last book.
What, the ACOTAR series?
Yeah, it's not complete.
Oh, I didn't know
Oh, it's
because
gonna be
all I
more?
saw was 5. Now,
What could she possibly have to say?
I mean, there's more because the whole thing with the evil people or whatever, but it might be explained in that Crescent City because they're all connected. Can't say more, Kiana, because you only.
Okay, it's all right. It's okay, I get it.
yeah, another book.
There might be another
I'm back.
book because I don't feel like that was the end for her. They got to do something for Elaine now because
So is she?
They brought up with her. So
is she not gonna be like instead of doing another ACOTAR book, is the character gonna be in one of the other series?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Mama, I need some mini clue.
Okay.
So
I don't know.
we're gonna in 5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes. Welcome back.
I'm gonna go like
Yes. Welcome
yeah,
back.
sorry, I got kicked off. I know it got really quiet. But what are you gonna be reading, Keita? And then after you share, then I'll let you all know what I'll be reading as well.
Okay, so
we can keep going on about Sarah J. Maas because clearly she get on our nerves. I can't tell.
Okay. Stop.
Janet.
I am reading. Let me just make sure I have it right. Magnolia Parts, The Long Way Home. So I have that one and the next one, The Daisy Hates the Great Undoing. After that, because both of those just came into my audio, my Libby thing. So I have to read those two. I just finished Light Thunder by Nnedi Okorafor. I thought that one was really good. I am still thinking I may just end up getting both of those books, The Shadow Speaker and Light Thunder, because I like the best friend thing going on in that in that duology. So I may just end up getting those. But the Magnolia Parts, yeah, I like this here. Like this is up my alley. This is toxicity at its finest. Like I'm like
I've heard about this. They're
I'm
like,
here for the
I like my
the pettiness of it all. And I can't wait to do a whole video on it because I'm gonna do a whole series review once I'm done. Girl, you better get up. You're on my hair, child, because you love getting on my back now. I know.
Better watch out. I don't know about your mama, but my mama was even-handed, so I didn't know where she was coming from.
Let's just say she is so lucky that this video is currently streaming. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm actually gonna do a whole series for the Magnolia Parts soon once I'm done with the whole series, because this here needs to be talked about. Like this is like
I've heard about that. It's messy.
it's like hot lights. What's that?
I heard it's like Gossip Girl or something.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah,
And I've
it's
never
like
seen
that.
that show, so I don't know. I still don't know what that means.
Like everybody got issues, whether it's with drugs, sleeping with each other, or sleeping with everybody up in London.
And they all have money, right?
Huh?
They all have money, right?
Yeah, so they're all rich. Daisy Hates is a part of a crime family, but Magnolia Park, she comes from wealth because of her father. You know, like how, you know, that family reminds me of the guy who created, what's that black show? Blackish. The guy who created the show, because I don't know if y'all seen him, but he has a family. He's like the breadwinner, and you know, the kids and everything. It's like that. It has that type of feel for it. Because he did have a show on Netflix or something like that, and it was showcasing him and his family. And he's in his shows like that in Magnolia Parks in that way. Mm-hmm. But and yeah, they are black. So they're the only black people, and everybody around them is white. Everybody's white, and they're all British, I believe. Every single one of them. Mm-hmm.
That's a whole nother experience. I can't relate to any of that. I'm not rich. I'm not British, but I am black though.
That's the thing. It's not about relatability. That's what the thing with Gossip Girl, which was fake as hell, but also very real.
Well, I'll be watching your series because I don't know if I plan on reading it. I'm not good with series, but I'll be watching your series so I can, you know, get the tea.
And I mean, the audio book is good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's very Gossip Girly. Like it does have that feel. Trust. But you be sitting there sipping that tea, honey, all the way to the very minute, and you'll be like, "Dang, girl, what is with you?" Like,
black family. I thought it was.
I'd be like, "I'm here for it. I'm ready for the next one. Let me get this piping hot tea right now, okay?" But yeah, no, it's really good. It's really good.
Okay.
Julissa, did you decide what you're reading?
Yeah, what are you gonna read?
Oh, I'm gonna go on ahead and I'm gonna be responsible and read an ARC that I received because I'm not good at that. So I'll be reading what is it called? Something at the Bar. The Book at the Bar by Karavi Bello. It comes out in May. I think it's a romance because I think it's a spicy romance because the author gives a disclaimer: before you read, this is a novel with explicitly detailed sex scenes. So if that's your bag, go look into this. It comes out in May.
All right.
So I make funny faces. I do apologize, but I can't help it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So we're gonna go ahead and sprint because we know how I am. I can let things get out of control. So we're gonna go ahead, start reading. We're gonna do an hour, and then we're gonna come back. And then when we come back, I'm gonna do this thing called "What Would You Do?" I talked about this with Keita offline. I'm gonna give a scenario. We're gonna talk about it. What would you do kind of situation? And hopefully we get some like varied responses. If we get the same responses, that's boring. I'm not saying that you should give me a different one just because I'm asking for it, but still, I'm curious to see how everybody feels after I share the scenario that happened on a radio station here in Houston. So yeah, give you something to come back. Okay. So let me go ahead and put the timer on. Like I said, it's gonna be 1 hour. We share the screen. Hopefully I don't get kicked out again. If I do get kicked out, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you all mute yourselves so you still have control if I do get kicked out. Let me see. And while I put this up, Marissa, I saw your comment about reading Vow of Thieves or something like that. I read the other series by the same author. It's a different series where you don't know who's the thief and who's the prince. Have you read that book or that series? If she's listening, she'll let me know. I'm trying to pull it up. I'm sorry. It's going slow. Come on. I'm still waiting. I press present. Okay, here it's coming up. Share screen. Come Come on now, computer. Not today. Why? I'm still here. Y'all can keep on talking. I'll cut y'all off once it comes up.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're reading the Nettie Okorafor.
Yeah. So I only have the Agatar woman, but I can't access that until next month on Everin for whatever reason. So I gotta finish that. So I finished the Binti series, and wasn't there another one?
You were just talking about
yeah, the Shadow Speaker, because there's a particular name for that duology, but I think it's Desert Magicians duology.
I never remember the name of it.
I just saw it on there. And yeah, so that yes, I have. Wait, Who Fears Death? Is that from her?
I've heard of that one. Yeah, that's from her.
I read that.
Yeah,
because I read that last year.
Orange cover.
Yeah.
A person
Okay.
walking in the fans. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what? I'll add that one to the video because I read that last year. That's why I was trying to figure out who was the author. But okay, I'll add that to that video. So it will be the Akatar series, the Shadow Speaker, and Binti series that I'll put into that video. Yeah.
I've only read Binti, and she did a comic book for. Well, she did several comic books, but what was the name of it?
Mm-hmm. I think I bought one of them. I forgot what it was called, but it's like a pregnant lady on the front in New York. Oh, LaGuardia. That's the graphic novel that I have by Nettie Okorafor.
That's not the one I read, but I cannot find it. Nettie, you have too many books. I will tell you guys now, like, if you want to follow her on social media, just brace yourself. She's not bad, but she's very strongly opinionated.
Very.
I wouldn't say she gets into fights with people exactly, but like
she don't back down.
I just know that for some people she's off-putting. I don't mind. So I'm just like whatever.
Yeah. Her books are good.
I follow her on the threads, and I was like, okay. I mean, I don't really respond to a lot of authors, and they're, it's just if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. What can I do? That's how you can interpret it.
Remember, she is not. What is it? Afro? No,
futurist or Afro? It's Afro something.
Yeah, she's African futurism, not Afrofuturism. That's the big thing that should be arguing with people.
Oh,
right. All
There's
the time.
a difference, and she gets pissed off even when the press writes, and they always do it wrong.
So wait, she's not Afrofuturistic?
No, it's African futurism.
African futurism.
How is
that? Well, thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, because I guess
how's that different?
Is more, I think, very U.S. and Black, American focused, and she is
there, yeah,
because she's not American,
right? Okay. Yeah, so you may want to get familiar with those terms before you do your video.
Just because I have a video coming out, if you're gonna mention what genre, that's what is it?
Yeah, because I was gonna do a research on her before I go ahead and do the video, because I've been seeing that a lot of people are going with different terms and phrases and stuff like that. So I don't want to, be disrespectful to their to them as a whole. So. Yeah. All right. Well.
Yeah, I want to respect what people, whatever people want to be called. I want. Yeah. That's
right.
Right. Right. because I don't want no problems. I'm about to go on ahead and start the timer. I know y'all just, but I do say that, no, be careful, for real though. You never know who's in your comments. So just like, be careful. I don't know how she'll act if you do use the terms interchangeably or incorrectly. She may give you a thesis statement. She may come for me after I say all this, but it's okay. It's all love. So,
I don't
I'm gonna go ahead and start the right. I really
smoke.
don't. None. I'm over here just minding my Black business. That's it. Hopefully the timer starts. It took a while for it to come up if you all saw. We're gonna go on and sprint for an hour, and then we'll come back and do our little what would you do, type thing. If you all like it, we'll do it more often for other sprints.
Yep.
And yeah, happy reading. I'm gonna go on ahead and mute myself. You all mute yourself.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me.
Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure. It's still showing me as mute on my computer, so I have to ask. How was this? I'm at.
It was good. I got through. It says 2 hours because I did hour yesterday, so I got like 2 hours listening for this one.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. And then we was reading some of her books.
I read 10 pages and took a nap.
Amen and hallelujah. Yeah. Because it's Sunday. I got through 2 chapters and I was going through comments and stuff. This author.
We lost the sound for you, Jalisa. I don't know.
Now it's saying you're muted.
Yeah. I don't know how that happened. In the middle of the sentence, too.
I know. It looked like it could be that her she's moving faster than that Chromebook.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yep. I believe it. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't know what you all heard, but I was just saying the author, I'm trying to get used to the way that she spells eyeing. She only puts one E in the word eyeing. I've never seen it like that before. But I looked online and supposedly you can spell eyeing with one E. So like E instead of EYEING, it was like EYING. And I've never seen it like that. So yeah, I'm getting used to that. But I'm enjoying it so far. My cheeks are hurting from smiling so much. Because it's so cute.
What book is this again?
Let me pull it up. It's called The Book at the Bar. Let me pull it up. Yeah, The Book at the Bar by Karabi Bello. Let me put it in the comments so you all can see it. But
Ark, you said.
Right. He's a librarian and he was at the bar looking at her. I never thought about that. I didn't know people read books at the bar. You know, usually you just think about people going and reading books at the coffee shop. But she's reading a book at the bar, and that's the way that she likes to do things with her strawberry daiquiri on the side. And then she looks up and the man's staring at her. Oh my God, my cheeks. Ooh. I was like, this is my kind of romance. It's sweet to me. It starts with a book. I like that.
I've done that, but not. I'd just be bored. It's
at the bars? Yeah, I don't really go to bars either. I but the football game up there. I don't understand football. Then you got conversations going on. I can't hear them, so I don't really do bars. When I was in college, I didn't really do clubs either. So I'd rather go to a house party than a club. But I'm enjoying this.
Also, I know there's like cute romance series I've been meaning to get to. I forget what it's called, but it's something about guys in a book club.
Is it the one where like one of the books has like romance in the title?
I mean, or possibly. Was it Book Club Boyfriend or something? I don't remember.
Yeah, when you remember it,
I think I heard about that last year.
Yeah, I think it's still going, but I just your book reminded me of that series, and I was like, I should read that because I think it's, or at least the first book, it's a Black romance, but the series
Look that
I
up.
think is multiracial. Just the idea of like these guys having a book club.
I think that's sweet. I like that. My husband don't read, so I wish.
Oh yeah, this is this sounds very cute.
I like it so far.
Cute.
What? I see your comment, Kiana. You said that you're reading Ice Planet Barbarian 12. How many books are in that series? Like 20 something? Ice Planet.
I think it's like 21.
It is good.
I think it's 21, but then
And it's
I
still
think
going.
it breaks off into another thing too.
Like a multi-universe type deal.
I started it as a joke, and I am 12
Look
books
at you
in.
now.
And that's the general consensus, is that I started it, people started like, haha. And then
Right,
they
and you actually end up liking it.
Oh,
You
I
did.
found it. Romance book club.
Okay, so I was pretty close with the title, Romance.
Oh, you know, I never thought to connect my YouTube to this.
I'm gonna show the comments on the screen, you guys, but I'm not gonna read it because you all can read. Okay, I'm gonna make that a new norm.
Okay.
I will make that a norm here on this channel.
Hi, Elena. Hi, Christina.
This laptop is enough stressing me out.
All right.
But yeah, what about you, Lachette? How far did you get into your book?
Oh, I got distracted. I was trying to count my pages. About 35 pages. It's still interesting. I guess I was in a romance mood, and that's where
Well,
I got distracted for a week.
Like put the book, put it down, try something else. Maybe pick it up another week.
It wasn't that I wasn't enjoying it. It was just that I just got in the mood for something else. And that is why, like, I'm a mood reader, and that's what it is.
Same here. It's a struggle. Because I think I'm gonna say it was like Thursday or Friday. I was at work, and I remember taking back or returning like 2 audiobooks because I couldn't get into it. I sat there, and it just sounded like gibberish. One ear and out the other. Terrible. But I had put in the what do you call it? The ticker down below, a what would you do situation. So I'm gonna build the story or the premise, and then you all let me know what you would do in this situation. So here in Houston, and I know it's in other states too, but here in Houston we have the radio station where they do a segment called War of the Roses or Roses. And in that situation, what they do is they'll have a couple, well, not a couple, but a person will call in and say, hey, like, I think that my spouse is cheating. Or if not their spouse, they'll say something like, oh, I think that, even my father or my mother is cheating. Like, they're trying to catch a cheater. So, yeah, it's interesting. Some people think it's fake and some people think it's real. I think all of them are real because there ain't no way that they could act this well over the phone. So in this case, it's this lady, I forgot her name, but let's just say her name is Erin. So Erin calls in and she's like, hey, my boyfriend, we've been together for like 2 years. And I'm noticing that like he's acting a little bit different. Like he's coming home a little bit later. He barely touches me anymore. And then, they start asking questions. So of course you're already thinking, okay, yeah, he's cheating because of that. So they asked her, okay, well, what about his friends? Like, does he hang out with his friends? Do you know them? She was like, yeah, that's another thing. He has mostly female friends. And so that's like another thing that I guess was bothering her, that he doesn't really have that many male friends. All you have is females all around you. So okay,
not my first thought. Go ahead. I already have a different. Go ahead.
You already got your decision. So then they were like, okay, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna tell him that we have roses. That's how they get the people to accept the call. They'll call them and say, hey, we have a bouquet of roses. It's estimated at $120 something. You know, do you want to have us send it to you, or do you want to send it to someone special? Like, you know, do you want to send it to your mother, a friend in the hospital, anything like that? And so the man, they call him, he answers the phone, and then they offer the flowers, and he says that he wants to send it to one of his friends. Now, this friend is a woman, but she's married to a woman. Okay, so she's married. So we're thinking to ourselves, okay, well, maybe you just giving your friends flowers because, you know, that's the kind of relationship you have. That's your best friend. And then on the card, because they ask you what message you want to put on the card. And he said, I want to put congratulations on the twins. So it's like, okay, are you just like congratulating her? That's nice. Right. So they keep talking. And then the girlfriend jumps in and she was like, why are you sending flowers to them? And he's like, oh, I don't want to talk about their business on the radio. And she's like, well, what's going on? Like, why are you sending flowers? What twins are you talking about? And he's like, well, they're pregnant with twins. And she's like, okay, I get that. But like, why are you sending flowers because they're pregnant with twins? You should be sending it to me. I'm your girlfriend of 2 years. And he was like, well, I had something to do with it. And she's like, what you mean you got something to do with it? And he says, I'm the donor. Hold up, wait.
Oh.
It's some more.
How you gonna donate and not tell your girlfriend? Sorry.
Right, 2 years. So he says, I'm the donor. And she was like, so how did you tell me? She was like, why didn't you tell me? That's like something really big and important. I feel like I'm out of the loop. You sent you're donating your sperm to your friends. That's fine. Like, I have no problem with it. And me, I was okay with that too. Yeah. But then what he says is this. He said, but we did it the old fashioned way.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry.
Wait. Wait, and then he keeps going. He says, I did it the old fashioned way, but I was thinking of you the entire time. Swallow that and think about it, okay? So
I don't need to.
You all y'all up here too. What would you do if this was you? Are you gonna stay with him and work it out, or are you gonna beat feet and leave?
Wow, immediately. I think I need a little bit of closure.
So you want to like talk to everybody that's involved?
I mean, well, him a little bit more, because I'm just like, no, you weren't. I don't know.
I would if he had come to me and said they asked me to do this. That might be different, but the fact that he didn't mention it at all.
Exactly. You didn't mention it. You didn't say anything. You were lying to me and come home late and not touching me. Now you want to say I was thinking about you the whole time? If you was,
I was thinking about you the whole time. He said it multiple times. I was like, that's better.
Like he gave the sperm in the cup, or did he naturally?
No, he did.
They had sex.
The dude.
He did the dude.
Nah, you
old fashioned way. That's what he called it. I did it the old fashioned way.
No,
my God.
Because so two things happen. The first thing is you didn't tell your girlfriend. And the second part is that you were a very much willing participant in banging someone else. So how can you trust this person with any other? You know what I mean? Like he's gonna go ahead and do it again, and then what's the excuse for this one? Okay.
Right.
So you gotta go.
Oh, I left out a part though. So his excuse for having mostly female friends, because I don't think he has any male friends at all, is because he grew up in a house with
that's no excuse. That was his excuse. That's irrelevant.
I forgot that. I was
Well,
like,
I personally, I don't think having friends of all one sex is meaningful
I don't care about
in
that.
any
Right.
situation.
Yeah.
It's
right,
irrelevant to it. It's irrelevant
right.
because it's the whole
Yeah.
point. Yeah, you can have the opposite sex. You can have a whole bunch of them. That's not the problem. The problem is that you're neglecting to open up your mouth. You know, the mouth that you're supposed to have, because you went ahead and said yes.
And the fact that and him keeping it a secret.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say okay. Hear me out.
And not well.
I probably would not have had a problem with them doing this the old-fashioned way, even if he had talked to me about it before, because I could be like, okay, well, I could see you saving money. You know, I probably wouldn't have had a problem with that. But the fact that he kept it a secret, now I'm thinking you hiding something. You know,
Right. More than just this.
Yeah.
keep this going. I might have even been understanding about okay, you know, but the fact that you didn't say anything, oh no,
Right.
oh no.
Because
And I
that part, the part of
Bye.
where he neglected to even mention it is the reason why there's no trust when you're now telling me after the fact, because you said yes.
Yeah, you didn't even think
No.
to consider me.
Right. So like if I was going to be a surrogate, say like for my best friend, because they're thinking of having a baby, I have to talk about that to my husband, because not every man is sitting there trying to see their own wife pregnant and all that other stuff. They may get emotionally attached. For me, it won't. You can have the child. I just carry. It's not a problem. But it's the whole point that you have to talk. You gotta say something first. Now, if it
I
had
was considering that too.
natural
Actually,
way, I'd have been like, there would have been a lot of issues there, because it's the whole point. Would you? It's not the person, but would you now go and do this? You know, start messing around with other women. That's the issue. So while that, I don't blame the woman, but for the woman, I do blame the one who carried. I would have been like, nah, you gotta talk to your woman first. You gotta talk to your woman first. We all need to sit down. We need a chit chat first. Okay.
Right.
So all of the parties that were involved should equally take responsibility for this, because you can ruin a home like that, and that's not cool. And especially if the couple, or say for him and the girl, they probably, sounds to me like they've been together for quite some time. That's what it sounded like. I think if the early stages, she would have been like, yeah, you know, with a stage left, like she would have went fast. But if it was a couple, you know, if they've been together for quite some time, she's sitting there looking back like, well, we have history. So now I got to rethink what to do or how to handle the next stage. For me, nah, you need to go. You need to go. I'm done. Like I feel no ways.
what was their relationship like before? Like, what was the relationship between him and the
girlfriend,
the one who's carrying the baby? What is the nature?
They supposedly friends. Like he could have lied to them too. Said his girlfriend said it's okay, but she don't want to be involved or whatever. But like you said, Keita, it's a thing where all four of us need to sit down together. At least
that's
one.
a big thing. That's
Right.
On the other hand, I'm also thinking about like what the girlfriend said in the beginning, like he became distant. He's not, touching her really anymore, not coming around as much. And I'm just like, that adds to it. I wouldn't necessarily think he might cheat on me in the future, but I'm not like lying that badly, where it's very obvious you doing something I wouldn't like, and not doing a good job keeping a secret of it, because he could have just been like, I did this, and still be, affectionate with his girlfriend, but apparently not. I don't know. And then there's the whole thing of, I mean, I guess it's a good thing he wasn't being intimate with his girlfriend, impregnating somebody else.
And that's another thing. We don't know how many times they had to do it to.
That's like,
yeah.
Once is enough.
That's another thing.
Once is enough, and if they did it more than one time, that's.
And then you're taking away like if she's probably thinking she's gonna have a future with him, we're gonna be married. Now your first child is with somebody else, and she doesn't even get to, she's thinking, so that's a big
we
deal.
can't be lying in a relationship.
That's a life change that he couldn't be bothered to say.
So the thing is, like, that's the other thing. He could have asked her, and she'd have been like, "No, that's not my thing." They could have broken up. He could have did his thing, made the baby or whatever. And me, if he came back later, maybe I would be okay with it. Like, some time passed. Maybe a couple of years, I still like the guy like that, or I still love the guy like that. We can start again with you not having had sex with somebody else while we're in a relationship. So, but that's gone because you done lied. I can't. The lying.
And it's three people.
That's crazy.
If you really think about it, you got the wife, the best friend, and his girlfriend, and him. All three of them, all in the same room, most likely, just lying in her face the entire. Not even lying, just not saying anything at all. Lying omission.
Omission.
They didn't think that through.
And then you let her just be worried and concerned, all of this stuff. That's just mean.
They didn't think that through. When the baby got here,
it's gonna look just like him.
People was gonna have questions too.
Both of them, they got twins.
Yeah, they was gonna be like, "Did you use a donor? What happened?" People gonna have questions. What if he looks, distinct or something?
He must be young. That's the only thing.
They didn't think about that.
He must be young. Sir.
I think they were operating mostly on like the closeness of their friendship. So I'm assuming that they assumed that the girlfriend would understand if it ever got out because they're best friends. And it's like
you only get understanding with communication. The only way there's understanding is when there's communication, and communication only happens when both parties are communicating with each other, when all parties involved are communicating equally.
Yeah, she probably would have been like, "Go ahead."
There's no understanding when somebody doesn't know. How are they supposed to understand without the information they're supposed to understand? Come on now. He must be young. That's the only thing I can think of.
I don't think they gave the ages at all.
The other thing I want to point out is now this couple has this on there to attach to their babies.
We can choose.
Here.
Right?
Our donor, who's a friend, supposedly lied to his girlfriend and then got called out on radio.
And I wonder what this means for his future.
I don't have kids, but I'm like, I know that that's not a memory I want to have.
You're like, I'm not signed up for that.
Like, every time you think about the conceiving your child or the making of your baby.
Yeah. I'll find out the update on Monday. On Monday, I'll maybe like put in a group chat or something, or maybe
that's wild.
In Courtney's sprints next Sunday, because I believe she's gonna do it next Sunday. I'll give you all the update because they usually give an update on Monday, so let people know whether or not they stayed or if they left or like what happened. It's a lie.
I wouldn't, but okay.
Every week is something crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to see what people in the comments were saying.
Right.
Oh, Ellen says, I would have stayed. I have no problems with it. The biggest problem I have with it was going behind the girlfriend's back. But what made him do it?
Yeah, I think it all goes down to friendship. That's why he did it. And then I feel like he didn't tell the girlfriend out of respect for the privacy of the friends.
Right.
You know,
like you literally are disrespecting your girlfriend regardless, because no way, shape, or form is she sitting there looking at you with love in her eyes for you, and you just sat up there and had twins?
Twins, not one, but two babies.
I didn't even think about the twins thing.
Because she don't have a child by him. So just like how you were saying, Kiana, what if she wanted a kid? And then
She
the first
mentioned that.
kids is twins by not you. By
They gonna
someone
come, and then they gonna come and visit, and you gonna be looking at them babies, looking at him, looking at the baby.
That's something I do. I'd be so messy. I'm like, you look just like
at that point, it's like you feel like people think you're stupid.
And I'd be like, who was the donor?
Right.
If it got to that point, I would be upset, because then it's like y'all think I'm stupid.
Right, you're playing in my face.
I'm playing in my face.
Exactly, and like then we be having arguments and things will be thrown. Mary says, "I'm finished with all of them."
Right, facts. Like, delete my number. Don't look for me. If you see me walking down the street, go on the other side.
And it didn't have to be that way. It didn't have to be that.
No.
No. He didn't give her opportunity. He just automatically assumed that she was gonna react.
And on top of that, some women who are in relationships, if they are presented with that happening to their boyfriends, it is the only way that this is happening is if you put it in a cup and they will take it to wherever they need to do the turkey basting. Other than that, don't come over here talking about that you trying to do X, Y, and Z.
Right.
I
was like, why did you have to do it the old-fashioned way when you have other options that are free?
Right. And on top of that, if you ain't smelling him down there, then you ain't doing good. So you better smell him down there to know if he's doing something or not. And your pH balance would have been off the minute that he goes ahead and starts messing around with someone else.
Kita, it's too early. It's too early. It's still morning over here.
I don't care about his pH balance anymore. I'm just saying.
Yeah, when your significant other has sex with someone else that isn't you, and they go ahead and have sex with you, your pH balance will be thrown off. That has happened to me, which is one of the reasons why I knew something was happening with my ex, and I knew it, but I just couldn't put my finger on it, until I figured it out afterwards. Now, see, I broke it off for other reasons, but always in my head, I kept thinking like, nah, you doing something, but it's okay. It'll reveal.
Yeah.
It'll reveal.
Right. Whatever's in the dark is gonna come out to light.
Yeah. When I tell you it revealed itself, and I was like, you see, God don't like ugly, honey.
No.
It's all right.
And not fond of cute either. Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, it revealed itself in the most, it helped me out. It didn't help him out because that's not what it was there for. It was there to reveal the truth and to let your family know what kind of a-hole you definitely was during the relationship. For 7 years, you don't put me through. Okay, now.
7 years.
7 years. And that whole 7 years, he was cheating with the same woman.
Y'all gonna have me going on a tangent. Okay. So this mention that. Y'all, I don't know, you all follow this lady on Instagram. I forgot her name, but her husband had been cheating on her, I think maybe before she got pregnant, during the entire pregnancy, and she didn't find out that he was cheating until after she had the baby and was going through postpartum. it was like hell on earth for her for like maybe
damn.
a year or so or more. Like,
Is
it was a lot.
She's a booktuber.
She's a bookstagrammer.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of
You
her
know what I'm talking
name.
about? I think she lives in
was
Houston.
gone
I'm
for
not
a
really
while.
sure. Right? Yes, she was like disappeared, and I
She
didn't
was
see
gone
anything.
for a while, and then she came back.
Resurfaced, and now you know
It's
all
nice.
that stuff that happened
I
with
know
her.
who
It
you're
was
talking about.
crazy.
Sounds familiar. I remember
I
something
think
like
her
that.
name is something Jamila. She don't talk
Dang.
about books that much
I
anymore
can
because I know she's going through it.
I can picture her. She talk about like the grief of losing that
That relationship.
her marriage and her relationship. And
Of
now
course.
she's a
Scary to
single parent. Oh, I know who you're talking about, but
Of course.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna find.
Yeah,
I
it's a scary thing. I mean, I think for one, marriages, I mean, any relationship or marriage is difficult once you've breaking up off of something that's so serious, like off of cheating. Cheating is the worst. It don't even matter which way of this cheating happened. It could be emotional cheat, kiss and cheat. I think to me, emotional cheat is definitely the one where you've lost them. You lost your partner. Let it go. You're gonna have to start the grieving process from there, because once that emotional cheat start, there's no way of getting it back, because they gone. They already opened up to someone else, and that's that. But the cheating part, man, I keep telling these men out here, y'all better stop before y'all be ending up on Snap somewhere, because these women is.
I know, right? You don't know somebody's temperament until you get them really, really upset.
And it's not
like me. I've never allowed myself to get that upset because I'm afraid that I will do something that will hurt somebody. So I try to stay cool as much as I can, because I don't want to go to jail, but at the same time.
Oh, honey, don't worry. You gotta learn how to. You just
gotta let it go.
You gotta learn petty. Learn petty. I do.
Not learn petty. The school of petty.
I'm telling you, when I put all of everything together, I promise you, the pettiness for me was definitely there. It was there. And then I said, "Oh no, oh, you think you gonna get away with this one?" Okay,
right.
I think you forgot who I was. Oh, he thought he was definitely getting away, but I made sure that his mom, his sister, and his brother was all sitting in that living room and heard everything that I was saying.
Oh,
yes, I did.
Yeah, you really want to get on somebody's skin and embarrass them, and that's what you did.
And that's what I did, because you want to know something? You embarrassed me for 7 years.
I know that's right.
Okay, I helped you get out of a situation, so you should have showed some loyalty then. I helped you get out of plenty of situations during the time that we were together, and then this is the respect that I get. Okay,
that's a long time. I don't know how you didn't like snuff him out in his sleep with a pillow. 7 years, and
because
the embarrassment.
So what it is that his family became more of a second family. And I know he likes to be seen as a good guy in their eyes. So that's where my pettiness comes in, because you're not going to make me look like the fool. Okay, so for the long time, his mom, like me and her, became very close. Me and the sister became very close, and so they didn't know why I was coming. They didn't, but they were happy to see me. And then I said, okay. So she went ahead and called him over. She didn't tell him that I was there. And then he sees me looking all shocked. But see, that was the day that I was saying goodbye to everyone, because by then I was already packing up, moving my stuff, ready to go to Colorado, and already had my own man. So I didn't care. You know what I mean? So when I was there, let's sit down. We're going to hash everything out.
Come to Jesus.
he got time today because
He was
we're gonna get it through.
drop his bomb.
Oh my God.
And so I went ahead and said, so throughout that whole 7 years, you was cheating on me, right? Sleeping with that same girl that I told you not to. And then his whole face just turned upside down. And I was like,
I wish I was a fly on the wall. Oh my God.
and when I said that, his mom and his sister did a double take, and his mom could not believe what she was hearing. So I said, this is the same woman that I met the first year. This is the same woman who cursed me out not too long ago on the phone, right?
What?
This is the same woman that you went ahead and impregnated, right? The one that you're going to be a father to a child with now.
Oh.
And then this is the same woman that your mom and your sister do not like. You have to make it make sense, sir. So what part of this did you think that this is okay? But see, what we're not going to do here is that you thought you was going to sit up here and play me for a fool. No, honey, I'm too smarter than that. And the girl that you went ahead and decided to cheat on me with do not compare to me. You want to know why? Because, honey, I ain't on no welfare assistance. Ain't got no government paying for any of anything that I got going on. I already went to school. I paid my dues. That girl did not lift a finger. She ain't smart. I'm here taking care of my business. Just remember, when those cops went ahead and beat you down, I was there. So I expect when you get your civil suit, you run me my money. Because you would not have gotten off without my picture. Now, I am leaving. You will never see me again because I'd be too far away.
Right. You are very far away. Oh my God.
And I will see all of you whenever. Bye. As soon as I walked out the door, for the first time, and the first time in a long time that I have been with his mom is a very soft-spoken woman, Jamaican. So it's very hard to understand her accent, and it took me 3 years to understand it. But the first time ever I walked out that door, it was the first time I ever heard her scream at him.
Oh my God. I know that hurt her heart because you pour so much into your children.
Embarrassing too.
And now that's like a stranger. She don't know who she raised. Oh my.
So that's Oh no, I was like, he ain't worth. I always used to tell him yo, I will fight you one day. That's how I know I wasn't going to be with this man for a long time. Like, I used to tell him all the time, I'm like, I'm going to fight you one day. This man is so big, tall. He would get on my nerves. Like, it's certain things he would just get on my nerves with. And then I was like, for years, I kept saying, like, something is wrong with my odor, and I couldn't figure it out. Like, something was wrong. I mean, I'm sitting there washing, and I'm smelling something, but I couldn't smell it on him because, he would be clean. So, but my body was trying to tell me that he was cheating. He was sleeping.
That used to happen to me with my ex. He would cause all kind of issues. And I didn't know what was going on. So he had been cheating on me. He's actually the dad of my kids. All my kids are with him. And so he'd been cheating on me off and on. I don't know how many times. I don't even know. And so I left. I got tired of it. I said, check me for everything, and luckily I didn't get anything. But ever since I left him, I have had no issues with anything down there. Not even a yeast infection. Nothing. No issues. And it was him.
Right.
The whole time.
It was him.
So let's just
him had no problem.
Let's just be happy that we have introverted husbands. because they don't want none of that.
Oh, that's why I said
we
used to coming home late. I was like, my husband be in the house. He do not. He go to
mine
work.
too. I had to tell him to leave the house yesterday. I was like, you've been in the house for 2 days. Go outside and get some sun.
I said,
Let your feet touch the grass.
And then we'll put them in.
He said,
He's like, I don't feel like going outside. Right. My husband was saying, he was like, I don't need to go outside. You're here. But I want you to go out. Like, go do something different. Don't stay in the house. No, I know where my husband is at all times. Do I have to know? No, but I do. You ask me where he is, he's at work. If he's not at work, he at home. If he's not at home, he at the store. If not the store, he washing his car. That's the only thing.
That's it.
The same here. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and it's amazing because even that whole thing of like men that have a lot of female friends and whatnot. I mean, your whole perception just kind of changes from how they have so many friends to you having your partner who isn't into friendships like that. You know what I mean? Like, don't want to have all of that. Every time I ask him, he's like, nah, I just can't deal with all the drama. And I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
What can I do? You know what I mean? Like, I can't do anything. I want him to socialize, but that's just not the person that he is. He's never been that way. So I can't really push him to do it. But it's the whole point that your life, like, you tend to see two perspectives of what these men, how they view friendships in a way. As a, even when I say you don't have any female friends, and he's like, nah, like, we're not about to. Like, we're not.
Yeah.
And he will always be like, nah, you're my best friend. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
That's what he told me. I'd be like, you don't got nobody to do guy stuff with? He's like, no.
Yeah. No.
Honey, I'd be surprised for when he be bringing men from his job to the house to help us with moving and stuff like that. I'd be like, who is this? Oh, this is
talk to people at work,
right? I was like, I don't be pushing anybody. No, I literally said that. I was like, I was pregnant with her. I think I was at least like 4 or 5 months. So definitely I wasn't picking up any, doing too much. And then I see this white man at my door, and I was like, I said, you actually talk to this old man? He's like, yeah.
He maybe talk when he needs to talk. He may not,
It's not even just talking to them. Like, you talk to them enough that somebody's willing to come help you move.
Right.
That there, because everybody's not gonna say yes to that. Moving.
No, especially not just work friends. Like, we see each other.
They'll be like, I can give you a number to somebody that can do it for you for a good price. They're not gonna come and help me do it.
Okay. Yeah. I was like, even when we had to go to the airport, somebody from his job, he does the what you call it, like a driver. He's a driver.
Oh, okay.
And came on. I was like, who is this? I didn't even know you know this person. What is this?
You know people?
You do.
Did you talk to them? Like,
right. And he's like, babe, stop being always surprised. And I'm like, dude,
like,
you don't
really talk to anybody. Right.
That's why you don't go.
Oh my God.
But did you talk to them though? His coworker when they came?
Yeah, like
that would be like, so
when I tell you this, like the driver, I think he's more of a talkative person.
Mm-hmm.
And when we was in the car, he's sitting there having a full-on conversation with him. But for him, for my husband, he gives him short answers. That's the thing. You know what I mean? He does that with everybody. He gives short answers for everything. But the guy didn't care. He took it in stride, just kept on talking to him. You know what I mean?
That sounds like that meme where the extroverted friend kind of finds and adopts an introverted person. Like they just like kidnap them and are like, "You're my friend now." They don't care that they don't talk much or they don't want to go out.
I couldn't do that. I'm trying to get comfortable with like silences and stuff. But if, like, for example, with my coworker, I can talk her ear off. We see each other every Wednesday, and I just be going on and on. I saw this movie. I talked to this person. I read this book. I went here, and then all of a sudden she'll be answering and stuff. But then it gets quiet, and I start hearing this, yeah, and I'm like, okay, she's not listening anymore. So I just shut up after that. But I don't know about over there, but like here, you can kind of tell when somebody's not listening when they just start saying "that's crazy" to every single thing you say.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's crazy. And then after that, you start hearing the snoring because they don't fell asleep. So yeah, I've never met any of my husband's. No, take it back. I've met some of his friends, but I don't have much conversation because there's a cultural gap, you know? So I don't even know what to really talk to them about. And I know most of the time we do start talking, they start asking questions like, well, why have you had a baby yet? And that's like one of my, not necessarily a trigger, but that takes me off because like what my uterus got to do with you? Why are you asking me why I haven't had a baby yet? It's none of your business. But that's how they are. Because we've been married for like, 8 years? We got married in 2016. So, of course, they thought that I was going to have a child the first year. But it's like, can I just enjoy myself?
That's the culture.
That's the culture. Yeah, it's the culture. So, when I see his friends, I just say, hello, how are you doing? How are the kids, the wife? And that's it. We don't go any further than that because then it's too much.
No, I talk to everybody. I don't care who you are. We going to have a conversation, honey. We're going to have a conversation. So you understand that he's the introvert, not me. Not me. I can talk. So, okay. So all like the guys that he be bringing, oh no, they know his wife talks. Okay. So we going to have that conversation. You can have your short answers if you want, sir, but I need to know who is coming up into my space. Like
right. You in my
private space. So that's the only thing. Because if I don't know you, I'm gonna ask questions. It's like we're gonna get into a whole slew, but I do it in a way where we're just having like a regular conversations, and you won't even know that I'm just like trying to get to understanding who you are. So I do my slide. I tell you, I'm petty. Oh no, I'm petty, honey. I'm petty. But other than that, the good thing about that driver, he took us to the airport, and then when we came back home, he was there to take us back home. So in the middle of the ride home, he was like, "Oh, I gotta get him, chip him off, some money for the tip." So I said to him, I was like, "I promise you, he's not gonna ask you for that." And then he's like, "Yeah, but that." And I said, I understand, but if they ain't going to accept it, he ain't going to accept it. You know what I mean? Like, just, he's doing this as a good gesture to you. So when we got to the house, he's like, here, I'll give you something. And then he was like, come on now. You just call me next time whenever you need me. And I was like, you see, he trying to be a friend.
Yes. But it's just, it's personality types. Some people need to offer, other people need to say no, and that it just needs to happen that way.
It
probably bother him if he didn't offer.
No, and I knew he was going to do that, but I was just trying to let him know and understand. Like, I think this is going to be one of those situations where he's going to say, nah, don't worry about it. And sure enough, I was right. He was just a nice dude. He was just doing it, and he pretty much did it before he had to clock in for work because he was already in his the driver chauffeur attire and all of that. So he did it, took us there home before he even started for work. So I was like, I said, I think this is just him doing a good gesture. So then a couple of days a couple of days ago, the guy, the old man who helped us move, he sat up here. I remember, I said, I really want some oxtails. And then he said, all right. So he goes try to find the oxtails because it's hard to get oxtails out here. And he was able to get like 2 bags, but they come so skinny. I don't know if y'all ever go to the African store and like some of their oxtails is so small, you know, very tiny looking. So out of nowhere, my husband comes home with a big bag of oxtails, thick. And I was like, where you get this from? And he was like, oh, yeah, that old man that helped us move. You mean to tell me that old man knew that you needed oxtails and he went ahead and chopped up some oxtails for you? Is that what you're telling me? And he said, yeah. I said, you need to stop. You have friends. You just
right. That's what I said. I said,
your husband has friends but don't know it.
Yeah, he just don't know. He has, or maybe he considers, maybe friendship means something different to him. I don't know.
No, because
he doesn't know.
No, because when we was in New York and when we was dating, then he had friends. Like he had a group of them when he used to work at Daffy's, and those were his like group, you know, that he would just hang out with, go to the club and all that other stuff. I just think that the more he came out here and he just kind of secluded himself a little bit, but he's always been an introvert. It's just that he felt like he just didn't have that same type of friends that he had in Daffy's. So it's like, well, why go for another set of friends? Because what if I'm not going to see them again? But he still contacts them from time to time. But I think it's just the whole point of, I think he's searching for the same type of friends that he had when he was in Daffy's, you know, that set of friends. And, you know, I mean, I'm
introverted as well. And it's like starting all over from scratch. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Friends. But I've talked about this with my brothers who they're both introverted. The one of them is really good at pretending he's an extrovert. And like we all realize like we have levels of friends. Like there are, you know, different levels of friendship, and then you get into acquaintances and there's different levels of that. So you might just be like nobody on the same level as that group from before. So
right, nothing can compare.
Not the same thing. I mean, and most people don't consider like work friends, friends, like friends in the rest of your life, unless you see them a lot in other parts of your life. So
right, I have a few like that I work with, and I still
friends. I consider my friends
afterward. Like after I leave the department, I still talk to them. So I consider them friends. We text each other, we go to each other's, you know, gatherings and stuff like that outside of work. But you know, the ones that I work with now, they're not really like that. Like they're cool,
I made
you know.
A friend at work. I was in her wedding.
Oh, you were? Okay, see, y'all are besties. If she got you in the wedding.
I met a friend at work. She was kind of like training me.
I said, yeah,
I ended up being one of her bridesmaids. She trained me, and then we just got real close. We still talk. We real cool. We real cool.
It's like it can happen.
We're both introverts. The
both
only
of
way
you all
we met is we both introverts. We met through a mutual friend. It was like a blind date. She like hooked us up. Because we wouldn't have met each other. Because we was both in the house. We would not have met each other.
We was both in the house.
Now we be in the house together.
We gotta leave the house to meet people.
That friend that set y'all up is like, see, patting themselves on the back. I did a good job.
You did a good thing.
Look at them together. If it wasn't for me,
I'm sure she takes the credit every time.
I know, right? Every time she see y'all, I got y'all together. I
Mhm.
did this.
Mhm.
I was totally an extrovert.
Yep.
too.
Mm.
Mhm.
I met my husband by accident. But like, long story short, we met through Facebook. He thought I was some lady from South Africa. And so he messages me and he's like, I know, right? He's like, hey, how are you doing? It's been a long time since I've seen you. And I was like, who the hell? I don't know you. And he's like, what do you mean? We saw each other in South. I don't know if it was real. Like, if he just trying to like start something as far as just talking to me, just start a conversation, or he really thought I was the lady from South Africa. But then we started talking. I was like, well, we've been friends for a while because we have my cousin in common, on Facebook. That's how we know each other, through Facebook.
Okay.
So then, like, a couple of weeks passed by, and then he's like, oh, I haven't heard from you in a while. And I wanted to say I forgot about you, but I don't want to be rude. But I forgot. And so he started asking how I'm doing, and then kept on going, kept on talking. We met each other. The first time we met each other was in London, and that's when he also proposed to me. And that was after like online dating for like maybe 2 years, I think.
Really?
So he proposed to me in front of what's that, Buckingham Palace, where all the flowers are. I was already like had too many allergies. There's too many flowers, so I was already sniffling and stuff. Then I started crying, and I'm like, "Don't get on your knees. Just put the ring on my finger. I don't want the knee thing. No, I don't like that. I don't like attention on me." But yeah, he proposed there, and then I think I came back, and I think a year later, that's when I went to Nigeria to meet his family, and I stayed there for like a month. And then I want to say, 2016, he came here in April. And then he's been here since. He's traveled back and forth, of course, to go and visit and take care of some things. But yeah, I met him by accident through Facebook. The whole time I thought it was going to be a scam. But no, I can't get rid of him.
I mean,
he wasn't telling you. He wasn't telling you he was a king, and he had some money that you.
Right.
If
Kiana, it's funny.
You ain't trying to Nigeria.
No, he didn't say he was a king or anything. But yesterday he did tell me he was supposed to be king. Something about his hometown in Ibadan, his family, they're the Oluokun family. So I guess there's like there's a bunch of them. He's like one of 27, I think, children. I'm not sure. His mother had multiple wives. Not mother. His father had multiple wives. So he's supposed to be king, I think, but he doesn't want the position, so they're like passing it down to somebody else. But I don't know if he's telling me the truth when it comes to that, because sometimes he'll just say stuff like that if I'm not in a good mood. Like if I just don't want to be bothered, just say something silly. So, but yeah, it's funny you said that. No, he didn't trap me with no, I'm a king. I think if he told me he was a king, I maybe wouldn't believe him anyway.
That's true.
You wasn't trying too hard to get rid of him. You kept talking to him on Facebook.
Yeah, I kept talking to him, and I was like,
I don't even know you. Delete.
Yeah, I don't know you. He was convinced I was a lady from South Africa. He kept saying it. No, I know you. I remember. I said, I'm in America. I have never been to South Africa. I don't know what you're talking about.
What you
have a good time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay.
No, I ain't. I don't do proposals. Can't stand them. Don't like them.
Did your husband propose to you, or you just kind of like, let's get married? Why you make that face, no?
I was like, if you propose to me, you're gonna be so embarrassed because I will walk away.
You say you're looking away. No, I was looking the whole time. His hand was shaking. He was nervous and stuff. I was like, you know what? I think this is uncomfortable for both of us. So just don't get on your knee. Just give me the ring, and we just keep on walking and doing what we was doing, walking in that park. We ain't got to do nothing else.
Not even in private.
Huh?
Not even in private. Like
Hell no. You could just you could tell me if you want to get married. All right. Yep. All right. So let's get a promise ring. That's what we did.
Oh, promise ring. Remember that promise ring? Oh,
yeah, we had a promise ring because it was a year of dating. Remember, it was a year we were talking, and then we dated after the year. So then when I said, well, I'm ready to move, I mean, I'm older than you, so I'm ready to go. Like New York ain't fitting for me anymore. So then he was like, well, ain't nothing holding me back. I'll just go with you. So then when we moved out here, we both decided to give each other 5 years. And in that, when we get to the year 5, if we still feel like we're ready to take the next step, then we'll go ahead and get married. So we went through all arguments and everything as the years went on. And then I promise you, like before 2017 hit, things started to calm down. And then he just came home one day and was like, you think we're ready for it? And I was like, yeah, because it's calm, we're good. And then he's like, all right, well, let's go ahead and plan it. And then of course his mom was like, are you getting married in the church?
Uh-oh.
Is she wearing white?
Oh,
No.
I mean,
Who's
I'm
doing
sure
the
they
cake?
look great in white.
Yeah, no, it was
a traditional dress, but I didn't have a wedding. We just went to the court, but we had our clothes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my mother and father were there, and then like 2 other people were supposed to come. But Nigerians are known to be late to everything, and the people never showed up. They didn't show up. They didn't come. They were like, "Oh, just meet us
all together.
Just eat together." I was like, "Okay, that's fine. It's fine."
Oh, thank you.
And they threw us a party afterwards. I think on Father's Day that year, and everybody came to celebrate us. I didn't want that either. Like I'm really low key. I don't ask for much.
Yeah, I didn't. Our wedding was very small.
cinnamon rolls.
We did get married in a church, and believe it or not, he was the one who found the church out here. And on top of that, the pastor that married us, he's the reason for us having her now. Like he's the reason why, so he helped me out in a big way. So when we were trying, I think we was going like every year after we got married to just do like a nice little sit down chit chat, little therapy session. And so one day I came and I was on my period, and it was so severe, like I was like crying and like, God, man, I wanted to like really press out. So then he's like, oh, here, because my wife go through the same thing. And then I was like, really? And then he's like, yeah, no, I know exactly what you're going through. She goes through the same thing. This doctor helped her out and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I didn't use his wife's doctor. I ended up picking someone else. And when the insurance and everything was falling into place and getting better, so then I said, all right, let me go ahead and check this doctor out. Sure enough, I ended up finding out what the real reason for the severity of the periods and the cramps.
Yeah.
We did the surgery because apparently I needed a DNC. And then later, after that DNC, she was here. She was conceived. Mm-hmm. So when we did the baptism at the church, he was so excited to see her, and then he was like, "Look at this!" And yeah, he was really, really happy. So it's a big deal for us with him in the church. So, and we're actually going for Mother's Day. So,
That's nice.
So when I met technically I was still married when I met my now husband, but we have been separated. We were trying to go to get the divorce, but he kept playing around and not being ready when it was time to come to court. Stop playing with that light. he kept playing around, and he was never ready yet, like court and stuff. So eventually that happened, and then it happened. But when we were like dating, early on I had sat down with him, and we were like at dinner, and I said, I was married. I said, I want to get married again. I said, so if those are not like your intentions, like if you never want to get married again, because this is his second marriage too. So if you never want to get married again, then we shouldn't waste each other's, because I don't want to just like be dating for like ever. And so,
Right.
and he said that was one of the things that he was like, oh, yeah, like cool, like, and he was on the same page. He was like, when you said that, I was like, well, okay.
Yeah,
So I
y'all
was
on the
like,
same
I'm
page.
not gonna waste your time. You're not gonna waste my time. If you don't want to ever be married, you know, let's not do this.
Yeah.
And so eventually got my divorce, and then we went to Vegas and got married.
There you go.
Because we didn't want to be in the center of everything.
Right. It's
Right.
like I've been through this before. Let's make it low key this time around.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I
friends
do
of
want to
theirs.
have a vow.
the vow
I do
renewal.
want
I
to
was
have
gonna
a vow
ask.
renewal, but
Yeah,
I want to.
we do want to do that, but we want to get our house first.
Get your what?
Oh yeah,
Because
her house.
we want
Oh.
to get a house 1st It just because we'll have to pay for it. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want to spend all that money and then we come to an apartment.
Yeah.
Let's get our house, we
Right.
can have it there, and let's do that.
It's a lot of people.
So,
Mhm.
but we do want to do that. But we went to Vegas. And we had a nice little wedding. It was cute.
There you go. Yep.
We went to a buffet after.
My wedding only consisted of
I like
my mom, my brother, his wife, his daughter, and his mom, his grandmother. And then it was the pastor, the pianist or organist, and the pastor's assistant. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's small.
Very
Yeah.
yeah.
Lachette, if you were to have a wedding, you want it to be big or small?
This is hard. I do like parties, so it's a good excuse for
Oh
one.
yeah, I remember you said like party planning. Yeah.
I like the whole reception thing. We would not be in the church because that's not my religion.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe if we could outside, that would be nice. And
Oh, that'd be nice.
I have family that I love, and they my family as well. There's no way it's gonna be like 5 people there.
Same. I said the same thing.
I mean, I have my 2 brothers and my
do you know
parents,
Emma
but my
Empowered?
brothers both have significant others, and one has a child already.
I mean Emma Ray.
They both have children. And who knows who's my significant other. So
Yeah, I know who that
You know who Emma
what's her
Ray
name? Emma
Empowered
Ray?
is?
Yeah.
She got married.
Did she
They
have
got married in
our
the library.
say that again.
What?
Sorry, I was talking at the same time. I couldn't understand either one of you.
They got married in a library.
Who?
It was really nice. She had mentioned it in a stream or something one time, and they got married in a library. Emma Ray Empowered.
Oh, Ray. Oh, that's cool. She is also
it was cute.
Yeah.
That's not pretty.
That's cool.
That's like something I would do, but I don't know.
I like
I
those,
feel like it'll cost too much. It'll
Say
cost
that
too much.
again.
I said I'm afraid it'll cost too much. Like you have to pay in order to
Yeah.
have the time for it. And I can't be responsible for what people do when they're under the influence of alcohol in a library. That'll stress me.
No, the libraries usually have rules. Like
I don't know if they had
in New York City, like the New York Public Library. I'm assuming Brooklyn and Queens libraries are the same, but they have rules. There's no eating or drinking if you're getting married in the library, so you ain't got to worry about that. And it's just the wedding. Usually, it's just the wedding. Though I know that really wealthy people have gotten married in the big one on 42nd Street or on 5th Avenue, I should say. The one with the 2 lions in front. That's the main branch.
Oh, like Sex in the City?
Sex in the City. Yeah.
Yeah. That one. That's the main branch for the New York Public Library. And yeah, there's only one room in there people are allowed to have events in the first place, and you can get married in there. But I know people have had, like I said, wealthy people have had receptions, but it's, I'm assuming high class people, so they're not about to embarrass themselves.
Right. Like,
But
that's not
yeah, no. Like most libraries you can't, and if they allow it, it does cost money, and yeah, no food, no drinks at all. So like not even water. And it's usually just the actual wedding, not the reception.
That's understandable.
okay.
And the wedding, unless
But you're
you're
not
doing
eating
a
at the
full,
wedding
like,
anyway, so
unless you're doing like a Catholic ceremony or like I'm trying to think of Hindu, Indian, certain
Just share food.
cultural things that take. Well, even no, even the Indian weddings, like that takes several days, so it's several different ceremonies. Like they
Right.
don't do those in libraries either. Like
That'll
so,
be
yeah.
cool.
Mhm.
I didn't think about that. I think if I had that idea to do it, I maybe would have wanted a wedding
Mhm.
because I enjoy the library so much. But been there, done that. I'm already married. Already.
And so
But I,
if the vow renewal, it's there, or you just want to celebrate an anniversary, whatever, or a Tuesday.
yeah, we may do that.
Yeah,
I've been
it
thinking
does
about it.
cost money.
Right. That's the thing. It costs money. You have to feed all the people that come. So
That's what
we were
costs
thinking
money.
about it when I don't know how familiar, I keep saying this, how familiar everybody is with Nigerian culture, but when you go to a wedding,
Big.
everybody is big, and then everybody on the list, everybody's that's there was not on the list. Like I went to a wedding in London. I was not on that list. Me and my husband both were not on that list, but we turned up.
Yeah.
We were there. The food was good. There was alcohol.
Because
And people be
Nigerian
dressed.
cultures are like that. It's like it's a
Like,
community
they be
event,
dressed.
not.
Yeah, it is a community thing. And the what do you call it? The bride, and then they saw me like, hey, welcome. I'm like, you don't know me and I don't know you, but yes, congratulations. Thank you so much for inciting me. I think they made me feel like they had enough of those galas, like the cloth to fold it up.
Yeah.
They had enough for everybody to wear. So they drove me from one place to another so somebody can do mine for me.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was fun. I wish I could do it again, but it's been a while. I don't know. I want to get on the plane for another, 10 hours?
How much
There's plenty of Nigerians in this country. Y'all just need to be on the Nigerian network. Like, whose wedding can be crashed?
My husband,
I want to go to one so bad. A Nigerian wedding.
Find a Nigerian friend. You don't even have to be friends. Just be like, my brother, my sister, when is the next party? And they'll let you know. This is the location. Actually, you don't have to do that. Just go to Facebook and look at somebody's page. They usually have like an announcement.
So what's stopping you, Jaleesa? Because
nothing. Well, what's stopping me is not wanting anybody there. That's the thing. And my husband doesn't like going too much because he feels like when he goes to events like this, he'll meet somebody and it seems really cool, and then all of a sudden it feels like they want to use you for something. That's what he tells me. I can't tell because I can't speak for, but he's speaking to them, and then on he'll tell me, "Hey, this is how I feel." Blah 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 blah. I'm like, "Oh, okay." Well,
I mean that's not a good feeling. I mean, you could just go eat, drink, and then never talk to those people again.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It'll just be a memory.
It's a whole new twist on the whole wedding crashers thing, right?
Right. Because we're doing it just to have a good old time, not necessarily tricking anybody too much.
There's a question.
I'm gonna look it up and I'm gonna go to somebody's wedding. I'll bring a gift, but
right,
I'm gonna go to somebody's wedding.
Oh, I think the bookworm said
show up.
Question
Be like,
for you all: how long would you wait in a relationship before getting married?
Oh, it's gonna be a while.
It's
gonna be a while.
Hey, Ari. For me, I think that
5 years. So
I'd say
5 years. What did Kiana say?
How
many years, Kiana?
I don't plan on ever getting married again, but I would say maybe.
How long have you waited in the past before
if I had
getting
to
married?
start it from right now, I would probably say 3 years. I feel like you
Okay.
would know.
It's coming next.
I feel like you would know.
Oh.
And we don't have to get
What about
married, but we got to get some kind of paperwork.
So gotta pick word. I think here in Texas, I think after you're together with somebody for like
Something
even
that
3
say-
or 5 years, it's common law. So you really don't need paperwork.
Oh.
Yeah, that common law marriage
something,
doesn't mess
something
you
that
up.
say, but you need something like in case something happened,
Yeah, the hospital.
you want to be able to
situation.
go into the hospital room. You don't want to be the special friend in the obituary. Something that say, you know, I'm entitled to something or something like that.
Right, right.
I don't want to be your mama making the arrangements if we're together. If you saying I'm the one, then we need something in writing.
Right,
So we don't have to have a ceremony, but
right. But you need that paperwork.
I'd say
Mhm.
3. But that's me.
3 years. Me, I
Yes,
think my
girl.
max would be like
library wedding is an
2
option.
years. You said what would be an
Ask
option?
your local library. Like, just ask your local library. Even
Oh,
some
there's-
places that don't necessarily automatic like do it a lot, like just ask.
Mhm.
The other option, because I've seen many of these, just like a book or a library themed wedding. Just know you're gonna be paying more money
Mhm.
potentially.
Mhm.
Or because I've had plenty of people like even just have like books as centerpieces, or as giveaways, or they have like poems and things like that from books that they like. As,
Oh,
But my family don't be reading
decor.
like that. That's the whole
They
thing.
don't. Same with mine. They're like, what is this?
They'll be
Wait, say
like,
that
I
again?
don't,
Who doesn't
okay.
read like that?
Yeah. No, my husband doesn't read
Family
much.
don't be reading like that.
That's
My
not
mother-
about them. It's about you.
So they'll be
Oh,
like,
you're right. Thank you
What
for
is
reminding me. I can forget
Like,
it.
yeah, when they say, "What is this?" This is Kiana likes books. Hello, do you not know me? Okay, then
Right.
moving right along. It's like any other themed wedding.
yeah, but
You get invited to a wedding and it's like, I don't know, vampire themed. You'd be like, what's this? And you remember the person, somebody in that couple likes vampires. All right. And you move right along.
I think the furthest I'll go is maybe get a cake that has books on it.
I
Yeah.
think
See, that's where the money would be. That's why I said you just have some books on the table.
mhm.
Yes, because if you commissioning a cake maker to design it to look like a book or a stack of books, that's
stack.
worth more money.
Yeah, I want to stack
You
books.
hitting up the local Goodwill and getting like 50 books for $2.
Or, I mean, it's going to be more expensive. Maybe I can
You could
do
buy
a
the
book that's based on our love story. You know, that is so cute. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Get a book made.
you do that.
I need money.
Or if you're trying to do like favors, you can buy books by color.
Yeah, yeah. All right. People decorate with book pages, making garlands out of book pages or whatever.
I love
it.
Mhm.
I mean, as long as you're not one of those people who are like, "Oh my God, I can't believe they tore up a book or whatever."
Right.
If you are them,
okay.
don't.
Mhm.
Obvious reasons.
At the end of the day, it's just paper.
It's
Mhm.
just
Unless it's one of those old books where it's like the only edition that's left. We gonna be
well, I
all right.
mean, then you would not be getting your hands on it.
Right. It'll
Yes.
be in a museum somewhere.
Exactly.
But this is the last comment we're gonna look at, and then we're gonna jump into another sprint. R.A. Morton says, I mean, I was thinking a destination wedding, knowing full well ain't no one gonna bother to travel out there. Right. And book a hotel and dress up, so they just send gift cards, probably. You know
People
what?
do that on purpose.
I haven't been to a destination wedding, but I have a lot of friends from college who have had them. And most of the time, the people that do show up are just like the closest of friends and family.
Exactly.
And it's mostly like if they're in sororities or fraternities, it's their sorority and fraternity brothers and sisters that show up. So
Shoot, that's
they
all
know
they
I'm
do
not
anyway.
I am perpetually broke. I am always broke. You ask me, even though I got money in the account, I'm gonna tell you I'm broke. So it's like just look for a gift card from me or like a gift in the mail because that's a lot to ask of me, and I'd be pissed off if you divorce after you had me fly all the way out there. That's too much. Too much. I feel like you have to stay together for a while if you're gonna have
my best friend did. My best friend did that. She had it was a cruise though. Because we're in California, so we flew out to Florida, and it was a Bahamas cruise, and she got married out there, and it was like perfect. She told me in advance, so we can make payments, and we made payments on the thing, and by the time it came, it was in the cruise. It's all inclusive. We got out, they got married on the beach, came back, party on the ship. It was perfect. The only thing it was just paying for the flight to Florida and stuff. But
in the hotel, right?
That's enough.
I don't do cruise ships. Nothing that.
It was nice.
What?
I
tell this. My mom doesn't do. My mom has never been on a cruise, and she's like she never will. So I want to know if your reasoning is the same as her, Kahakita.
Okay. First, I'm seasick, and second, I don't feel comfortable in the water because I almost drowned 2 times in my life.
What?
So no.
Oh, you got more serious reasons.
Okay.
Right.
I did. Yeah. So no, anything that involves being like at an ocean, water in the middle, nah, you might as well turn right back around. Even when I got on the ferry, that was my first time getting seasick.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
I have been seasick,
and it still does.
Bother me on bigger boats. Yeah. I get perfect too. My mom refuses to get on a cruise because she's like, nah, because I could fall overboard, and they don't stop. They just keep going.
They won't stop.
I'm not saying it's not true.
They do not stop.
What are the odds that you of all people fall overboard?
They just nope.
I mean, yeah, but
that's why I stay inside.
I'm like,
oh, you do?
And the thing is, to repeat what you said, Jaleesa, we broke. So if we get a cruise ship, we gonna be on the inside with no windows. So I don't know where you falling off the boat.
No.
You know what's crazy? My first cruise, the one that I went on last year with my sister, I didn't know we didn't have windows, but that feeling of the motion sickness or just like cool off, you still feel it even though you're not looking outside. No, we didn't have any windows. But the chance of her falling overboard is if she intentionally walks too close, to the what's that thing called? The railing.
The balcony.
This one?
Right. The balcony. She has to actually go outside for that to happen. But I understand. My mother is still thinking about whether or not she wants to go on a cruise. But she says it every year. Every year she's like, I think I may go.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm just
chilling.
And then Morley says, otherwise I'd have to pick a country that is actually really amazing, but I know they never heard of it, can't spell. Like stay still.
But the comment before this, they were talking about destination wedding plus the library. That would be a great idea. I mean, that would be expensive as well. But that would be a great idea. That library, what is it in Brazil or is it Peru? I forget. There's this really beautiful library. I'm like, that would be gorgeous to get married in. I've also seen there's one, the National Library in South Korea looks gorgeous too.
Oh.
And they definitely rent that out for events and even performances. I've seen like concerts in there.
Now I see the
National Library. You said Korea?
South Korea, yeah. The National Library in South Korea. It's just like you just see
this here
huge book stacks. It's just really cool. I forget what the other one is. But I mean,
Yeah.
those are our destinations. There's
Mm,
cool libraries here within the country that will still make it a destination wedding. So,
yeah. We
or
have so many
destination
options.
wedding. Yeah.
So many
Hmm.
options.
All right. We starting the next sprint.
I'm pulling it up because you know my computer be going slow.
Uh-huh. Not
Let me
trying to
know.
rush you. Oh, just
No,
checking.
it's fine. Let me know if you all can see it because I don't
It's
see it up here.
loading.
We're gonna do another hour. I think this is gonna be our last one, so make it count, people. Um, and I'm gonna put a question at the bottom of the screen. You know me, I'm silly. It's gonna be something silly. And I'd like to hear your thoughts. When this timer
Mhm.
come up, we'll be sprinting. It just take a while.
That's okay.
Where is? I thought Courtney was gonna be here, but I guess she got tied up. So
I think she said she had an appointment.
mm-hmm. It must went on for a while. Why did it happen though? Like when you go to the doctor, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but when I go to the doctor's office, I feel like I've been there all day. All
Yeah.
day. I'm like, dang, you only saw me for 15 minutes, but I waited most of that time trying to see you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Come
Is
on,
it?
time.
I don't see it. It's not loading.
I can
Oh, yeah.
see it on my end,
All right,
but and
Oh,
it's
baby.
you
saying that
can?
I'm sharing my
I can't see.
screen. I can see it on my end, but let me stop sharing the screen and try again. Let me see. I'm gonna click stop and then I'm gonna try again. Watch is gonna pop up as soon as I said stop sharing screen.
Uh-huh.
Because it's supposed to be all
I'll
green.
try it like that.
I used to be all green.
It is all green.
I want some popsicle.
Of course you do.
I want some popsicles too. What kind do you like,
No,
Lizzie?
don't feed him to it. She's just,
Like,
Because
Do
I
not
be
get her
wanting
started.
popsicles
like,
too.
don't make me mute you, Lisa.
Okay,
but
well,
she-
I have a taste for pickles, as usual.
me
I
too.
always want some. I may eat some during the sprint.
I'm gonna prep some more and listen. I gotta prep the rest of the
I gotta go
food.
make me some coffee.
For the stewed chicken.
Yeah. Alrighty, I'm ready.
Yeah, it's trying to come up again.
Oh, it just came on and then it came right off.
I didn't see it come on. It did. Okay, let's try again.
I wasn't looking, sorry.
I didn't even see it pop up.
Because it said that it was still loading, then it stopped loading. So like now it's saying that I'm sharing my screen,
I need roll,
but I
Loading
don't see it.
now.
roll,
And then now it's loading.
roll.
Oh,
No, I'm loading.
now see, I can see it on my end. So when I'm looking at StreamYard, I can see it.
I
Wow,
don't see it.
I don't see it. Yeah.
Let me press start and
It's
see what
just you.
happens. Y'all go ahead,
There it is.
start.
There it
Eventually
is.
the timer will come up.
There it is.
It's okay.
I see it.
We're gonna mute ourselves. See you all in an hour. Happy
He's there.
reading. This is our last sprint. Make it count.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
That's fine. Hello.
Hey.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. How was you all sprint?
I started making breakfast and I started listening to Perfect. Well, I didn't start listening. I continued listening to Perfect Peace, and I got to 37%.
Are you still enjoying it?
Yeah, it's good.
Is there any kind of happiness happening, or is it still like stressful?
Depending on who you ask.
Okay.
So,
Not bad. Not bad. I finished 2 chapters of my book. I'm still enjoying it. I have a feeling I may finish it today. It's an easy read, like straight on through. My only gripe is it needs to be edited. That's it. But it's good.
Okay. All right.
What about you, Lachette or Keita? Whoever wants to go first.
Go ahead, Lachette.
So before I talk about my book, I just remembered yours is the arc. So editing, yeah.
Yeah, it's an art, but
time.
the way she's talking about it online, it sounds like it may be a final copy. I hope it's not the final copy. I have several highlights.
Final edit.
Hopefully it's edited by the time the final comes out in May. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. In between falling asleep, I read another, I think, 45 pages.
That's good.
Yes, very good. It's still doing very well. I didn't talk about it much earlier because I was reading it this last weekend. But yeah, it's for a reminder or a refresher for those who don't know, a Robin Hood remix from the Remix Classics read along. I am running and behind on my own read along. It's going pretty good. We had a little bit of a heartbreaking moment at the end of one chapter. Some people are dead.
No, that's too early.
I mean, 3/4 of the way through the book. It's too early.
Okay, I thought you were halfway through. Okay, well, never mind.
I was halfway through, but now, no. Not any of the main characters or the people we've been traveling with, but yeah, some people important to them. One interesting part is how we do get a couple of other perspectives here and there. So, like little interludes. And most of this is from Rama al-Hud's perspective, but this time we got another interlude from Queen Isabella, and a new one was from Richard of England, King the Lionheart. So what's interesting about this is the fact that he's been mentioned, but so in Robin Hood, one of the last story they talk about is him going off to fight in the Crusades for King Richard the Lionheart. And if anyone has watched the comedy by not Mel Gibson, anyway, Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Okay, I've seen that before.
So yeah, so in that the story of that movie, the comedy is starts out with Robin Hood being in jail. He had been fighting in the Crusades for Richard Lionheart. So this is, I guess, kind of taking place during that time. But in the Middle East, and we're not following Robin Hood. We're following Rama al Hood, who is different. I think where I stopped, we're actually going to get some highway robbery going on, and so instead of highwaymen, they're highwomen, high women, and so that's going to be interesting. But yeah.
Mix it
So
up.
Still enjoying.
It's good. You think you may finish it today?
Yes, because I will not be talking to you today.
Okay.
That's all I did Sunday.
I mean, we had a good time. It flew.
We did.
Time flew.
Yes, it did.
Flew.
It's
But yes, we're
gonna
gonna get
be
more reading today.
It's gonna be 75 degrees. It's already 60 something. After we're done here, I'm probably gonna freshen up, change my clothes, and
Go
I don't
outside.
know, inside. Hi,
Yeah.
Courtney.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hey, sweetie. Oh my God.
I am bicycle.
Yes, she couldn't wait.
It was a long day. Sorry, y'all. I was supposed to be here a little while ago. It was wild. It didn't make it. It's been a long day.
Understandable.
Mhm.
Came in at the tail end.
Say it
We were
again.
just talking about our books, how far we made it, how we still feel about it after the last sprint. And we were just talking about how last Sunday, me and Lachette were talking for literal hours and hours and hours. She and I was speaking until what was it, 10 o'clock my time? I think 10
That's
p.m.
what she said. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. After we got off after we got off the stream, we were still talking. But today we're not gonna do that. We're gonna focus. We're gonna make sure we read our books today.
It's good you're able to connect like that, though. That's beautiful.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, today is gonna be a little bit different. Mm-hmm. How are you doing?
Uncle One.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm doing.
You doing?
I had a doctor's appointment, which, a doctor's appointment on a Sunday ain't a good thing.
Yeah,
But so that
I
went
never really hear
over.
about that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that was nuts. So, but it just went forever. But it was a diagnostic thing, but it went fine.
Okay.
It just took that. Thanks, Kiana. And then,
Hey, Courtney, what's up?
girl, it's been a long day, but I finally did everything I was supposed to do. And then by the time I got home, after running errands and having to go help a friend, we had to do wallpaper today. So that was sucky.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Is
had
it in the entire house?
No, we have like a hallway where we had to take down some wallpaper on and stuff. So we're trying to get our house together for selling and stuff. So, there's a lot of things that we have to do, but wallpaper sucks. It's pretty sometimes.
Right.
I
mean, I had it.
Yeah, so I had to front load that, and it took longer than I had expected, but we got it done. I'm like, just taking that down is all we're doing today. We'll wipe down the walls and do the other stuff another day, but the wallpaper is down.
And you all are doing it yourself for the wallpaper and stuff.
Yeah, we've done wallpaper. Like our whole bedroom when we moved here was wallpaper. So. Mm-hmm. We know how to do it, and this actually came down easier than that, or maybe we're just more of a pro at it. But it was easy, and you take down wallpaper and you find little parts of mold. But if it's a smaller area, you can always, wipe it down. It's not something you got to get a mold remediation unless it's a big job. I think it's just that whoever put it up, I think probably based off where it's at, just probably put it up when the wall was still moist because there was nothing else around it. So anyway.
Mm-hmm. That's like one of my worst fears. If I get a home, I'm afraid there's going to be an area where there's mold and I just can't see it. I've seen too many, people, they'll see one dot and then they start opening up the wall and it's like a whole situation with the insulation.
Yeah, that's a scary thing because you don't know, and you may or may not have issues.
Yeah, and it's hard.
Yeah, just main thing is to wipe it out, bleach it, vinegar it, and put some kills. Like that's all I know. If it's a huge area, fine. But if you just have little small patches, it's all right. Make sure you seal it in, And if you do have mold between walls, hopefully it's sealed in there, and then you don't have it. But I still wear a mask whenever I deal with anything with wallpaper, because I don't know what the wallpaper is out of. Regardless. So anyway, that's that. How have y'all been today? Are y'all going into the final sprint, or did you already do the final sprint?
We just did it.
I had y'all on, but I was like half listening because me and the husband were arguing, and
Yeah.
We got it done.
Yeah, no, we finished up the last sprint. We were I think Keto was next to tell us what she read during the sprint, or unless she was cooking. I know she was making stewed chicken.
Yeah, it's in the oven now, finishing up. But I finished 2 extra hours of the audiobook while I was cooking. I'm tired. I need another coffee. You see this girl? Like
all that energy up in there.
Oh my God. But yeah, so I was able to do 2 more hours of it. So it's saying that I have 14 more hours to go.
Wait, what is this again? So I can write this a long time. What is this book again?
The Magnolia Parts, The Long Way Home.
Yeah.
This here is the third book.
I'm trying to compute. How many pages is it? Because I know you listen at like 2-something speed. So if you got 14 hours left, that means the book is like, what, close to 20 hours?
Well, Libby is different. So Libby literally tells you how many hours of the book, the actual hours of the book. It don't tell you if you're at a 2.0 speed, how many, how much is that left for us?
Yeah.
For those listeners, I would have to do that on the Everend, but child, it was so hard to even find these books, to be honest, because they only have 2 out of the 5 books in Libby. And then the other 2, the first 2 I had to buy. And then the last book I definitely have to buy because that one had just came out February this year, February or March, one of those. So as soon as I saw it, I went ahead and just put myself, but I wish Libby would do that to let you know like how long the actual time that you have if you're listening at a 2.0 speed. But no, it's a literal 14 hours left, like on here.
So I mean 2 times speed, then you would divide it by 2.
Or actually, wait, 14 hours is the total book. I've done 5 hours in total of listening. So I guess that means what, like 12 hours left? 13 hours? Yeah, about
somewhere around there.
It's still 14 is the total hours for the book. And you've done 5. So you got
hours.
9. That's 9. And then 2
9, right?
Yeah, that's 9. So maybe 3-4 hours left if you're doing 2.
Yeah, because like 2 times speed, 14 hours would be a 7 hour. 7 hours.
For me, right? Meaning that I would have been able to finish this in one sitting.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, but no, the funny thing is, the funny thing is that they are they're all British, so I'm trying to get used to them talking. So that way I was able to put it up to the 2.0 speed. So in the very beginning, I had it down to 1.75. And then once I was able to like really pinpoint certain words and everything and phrases and stuff, I was like, all right, 2.0, let's go.
Storygraph says physically it's 499 pages.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're actually really big, thick books. In fact, I think the very last one is a lot thicker than all of the others. But I mean, hey, I'm here for the tea, honey. Like I need all the juiciness that's coming in this ridiculousness, and I'm here for it. So I just got into like some other parts from the past between Magnolia and BJ. So they're like, what are you doing? So they're like soulmates. They're supposed to, okay. Yeah, this will go on. So they're soulmates, but for some reason they just can't seem to get it right. And then you're pretty much like going from past to present as far as like, girl, stop. Trying to figure out like what made them where they are now. Why are they still going through the back and forth between them? But it is playing out like Gossip Girl, because I know that was like the issue between who is it? Blake Lively and Pam Bashley.
Yeah,
their relationship back and forth. Yeah, but other than that, it's really good. I'm dying to get to the next one because I want to know what happens with Daisy Yates and her family and Julian and whatnot, because that one is a little bit more juicier, only because they're a crime family, so it's a lot more extra into their story. But yeah, other than that, everybody knows everybody in there. But it's good.
There's gonna be more of these.
Yeah, she was saying something about that the focus is going to be on Daisy Yates after yeah. So I'm like, yeah. And on top of that, Daisy Yates is she's becoming a doctor. But that was done on purpose.
Okay.
Because of what the family does, and they needed a doctor in their family to take care of all the, the issues and stuff that they have, because they can't go to a hospital and stuff.
They be needing doctors and lawyers.
Right, but it's good.
I've never read anything like this. Obviously, I've watched Gossip Girl. I've and enjoyed it, but I don't know if I enjoyed that because it was a New York thing, and the wealthy people in New York. It's fun to hate on them. So
yes, definitely. When I was in New York and I was watching it, I was like, if they don't get this ridiculousness off TV, like, we have never walked past you guys in the city. Never walked past any of you. But it's crazy. But I used to enjoy it. I think I only had watched like maybe 2 seasons of it, and then I had given up on that show. Because but that's it. And then I got my stew chicken in the oven. So that was good.
Good to go. Courtney, what have you seen Gossip Girl?
I have not.
Me?
No, I haven't seen Gossip Girl. I've heard of it, but I have not seen it.
Same.
No, I don't have patience for TV too much. Although, oh my God,
it's an old
movie. It was a great movie. Let me go run and get my book real quick, and then I need to ask my husband one question for something I want to tell y'all.
Okay.
Yeah, comments.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of, what I have noticed, that a lot of booktubers aren't into TVs and movies. I feel like I'm the only one.
I used to.
People who I think more in like the fantasy area, just because a lot of things, or fantasy and sci-fi, because a lot of things in the last couple of decades have been put on TV. Or have been made into movies. But yeah, I guess not. Like, I don't right now. I don't. But it's like I'm my own business and I run it, and that doesn't leave me a lot of time for leisure activities. And so reading is it. Like, I start something and then I don't finish TV shows. Movies, it's just expensive. It always has been. When you're a 5-person family, going to the movies has always been more money than it's worth. And
Right.
in the outer boroughs here in New York City, there's not as many movie theaters as there are at like Manhattan. So be traveling on top of that to get to the movies and then pay for a ticket.
It's too much.
My go-to.
Don't you dare want a snack. You know, $30. Oh, it was a popcorn and a drink.
Right. But
Cooking.
my go-to movie theater was the Lincoln Center one, the one with the IMAX. Yeah.
I mean, they all have like IMAX. It seems like
No. Hold on, because that one actually has the only floor with the one IMAX theater in it. Like everybody else has like multiple theaters, but that one is set up like a stadium type of theater. Yeah. So that one is huge because you literally have to go up on the very top floor, and that's the only theater by itself. But everywhere else is, just has like multiple IMAX theaters. But if you notice, like if it's multiple IMAX theaters on that floor, it's shorter. Like it's real small, like for the screen size. But that one, I always went to that one when I was out there. Now out here, they ain't got it like that. No, they ain't got it.
But IMAX also cost more money, so I mean, I bowed to your honor because I was not paying.
Yeah, I hear you. But I just always remember, because even going to John Jay, I just always used to walk over there to the theater and then just go home sometimes. And then once I was done with school, I was like, yeah, no, I'm gonna continue to go. Like I need that experience. But the Magic Johnson Theater, that used to be my spot. I think he has like two. So there's one in Jamaica, Queens, and the other one
in Harlem. That's the one I've been to.
Not the Harlem. Oh, okay, so that's the third one. The other one is by the Pink Houses. That's the Magic Johnson Theater. The Pink Houses is the project. Sorry, but yeah, it's like literally sitting right there. But yeah, that one I used to go to, and I think that's it. Cause the one downtown Brooklyn by the Promenade.
There's a movie theater over there?
Yeah, right by the
Something happened to the
dang, what is it next to? Isn't it the Popeyes that's over there? I believe it's Popeyes. Because you have to walk past the Popeyes in order to get to that movie theater. It sits on a corner. And then you go across the street and Trader Joe's is on that corner.
Mama.
I don't know. I just went. We had the eclipse, so I met up with my brothers to go to the promenade to watch the eclipse, the solar eclipse.
How was that?
I don't think that Popeyes is still there.
Oh, really?
There.
Damn, they took everything out. Yeah,
that's not good.
Yeah, they took out that. They took out the Aldi Square Mall. I think.
That's not square.
Yeah, man.
That's not very square.
I know. It's my childhood.
Sure, I don't like it either.
In downtown.
Y'all talking about a movie, right? So I think you can get some really good. I think you don't really need to go to movies that much these days anymore because you have so many streaming services that you got really good stuff.
And then the pandemic
right?
is a lot.
Yeah,
as far as movies go.
Yeah, that's true. They do charge a lot too. But I saw a movie last night called Blood on Hulu. Crazy movie. Y'all should check it out. It's a horror movie, but it's not like super crazy, but it's just wild. Look,
I'm called what? Plug?
It's called Blood, BLOD. But yeah, but it was really crazy. I don't really know what to kind of expect when we saw it, and it was just like I was talking throughout. It was so good. But you have this woman whose son is bitten, and then he craves blood, and she's a mom, so she's going to try to appease that need for him, and it just keeps spiraling. But it was so crazy,
really wild.
Oh, I heard of that.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah. It was so good, y'all. Y'all check it out. Let me know.
That's a Hulu?
Yep.
Wait. Is it new?
Huh?
Is it new?
Yeah, I think so.
It came out 2023.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really
Oh,
good.
I've never seen that before.
Hmm.
I don't know why I thought it was that one movie where the lady was trying to she had a newborn who only would drink blood. Maybe I'm getting
That's what
mixed
I
up.
was thinking. It
Wow.
I don't know
was.
that
Right?
one.
Yeah. And she was letting the baby bite on her for a while, and then she decided, hey, you've been nipping at me a little bit too much. Let me go.
I think I have seen that one, and then her nipple thing was like all raw and stuff. Yeah, I remember that. That was a while back though. That was brand new, right?
But this one looks like it's more than it's two children.
Now this one was not Slaughterhouse. That's the one we saw next. Blood was amazing, and then we saw Slaughterhouse afterwards, which was so dumb.
That was funny.
Yeah, I don't know why my husband put that on, but I appeased him, and I was like, "Really? I need 2 hours of my life back." So dumb. So dumb.
Yeah, it's like one of those like dark comedy or black comedy movies. It's funny, but you don't have to be sitting down the whole time to watch it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Nuts. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this tonight.
Yeah, that was good. Let me know. Let me know, y'all. I was just like, this is wild. I was like, that kid will. I'd be a bad parent if I have to do what she did. Like, nope, I'm good.
I added it
That's
to my
crazy.
stuff so I can watch it later tonight. Since I'll be home alone.
Go.
Oh, on Netflix too? Okay.
Did
It's
she
on
keep
Netflix.
out here?
Oh, they have it on Netflix too? Oh, okay. That's even better.
She probably keeps.
No,
So you have Netflix, you can watch. You got Hulu, you can watch.
Right.
That's kind of good.
No, she'll be back.
She
I disappeared again.
No, she's wondering where Lachette went.
Michelle,
Does she know all of our names?
who called
Mhm.
here?
Really?
Yeah.
Used to
Yeah.
it. I remember
How? Like my memory is not that good. And
I don't know.
She
She
just
picks
got
up
here.
she has this tendency, like if you was to talk to her, she will reiterate everything that happened from the day. Like anything that you said, she'll say it verbatim. Like it's pretty wild. Like so she has a
Whoa.
very good like
Oh wow.
intelligent memory. I don't know where she gets that from. I have a
So you,
from my mama.
you can't
like-
like telling her stuff that you're gonna do unless you really gonna do it.
yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Remember that time you said da 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 da? It's like now you want to remember. God no.
You said you were gonna take me.
Yeah, no, she will say a whole lot. Like if we just went through one day and then at the end of the day she'll just start saying exactly from the moment that we woke up all the way to what's happening now. I don't know where she gets that from. She can literally tell it all. Mhm.
Well, hopefully she can hold on to it because you know, as you age, this memory don't work the same. It don't work the same.
The body don't work the same. The memory don't work the same. None of it works the same. Mhm.
I sympathize with my parents now.
Oh, what question do you have that you want to answer? Want us to answer?
Oh, I already had disappeared it. I already took it off because nobody answered it in the comments. But I was just asking whether or not you had a choice. If you had a choice between growing or shrinking, which one would you choose? Like a part of your body.
I'm
And the reason why I chose
how it
this
is. Oh, I had to
is
pick
a
one.
movie that I used to watch. Well, you have to pick one of them. You can't have both. And the reason why I picked this question is because there's this movie that has who's the lady who's the voice behind the Magic School Bus teacher?
You want carrots?
Sure.
Oh, I don't know her name.
What's her name?
I want funny.
That lady.
Does
So
it
a lady
continue to grow or
who's
does it stop?
Daddy,
Like continually out of control, grow or shrink, or just a little bit?
like you can choose to just grow it however you want to or shrink it as much as you want to, but you only can choose one. So if you grow, you can only grow, but you can go back to normal. If you shrink, you can shrink, yes, but you have to go back to normal.
But
Does
it
that make
stops
sense?
at a certain point, though. You're not
Right.
just grow.
No. Right,
How about
no.
my hair?
would grow my
Hell,
hair.
I can grow my hair that way.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, That's the only thing I was
But
thinking
what if
of.
you
is
say?
food.
What if you say grow your hair, but it grows your hair like all over your body?
Oh yes,
Not
you have to
just
be
on
like
your
really
head, like-
specific.
Yeah, you got to be specific. Don't be like the genies
What
where
if it
everything's
grows in?
attached.
Oh my god,
That
that's one of
long
the things
leg
that
hair.
freaks me out about
To be-
Genie stories. Oh no, you got to be
As long
really
as it
specific.
catch, yeah. I'd be like, nah, I'll pass.
Well, to be honest,
That's why
I'm already hearing, so it's a lot of shaving and stuff.
Same.
you say it ain't no
I
problem.
couldn't even help it if I tried because I get that from my father. So unfortunately, I have to deal with
Get
it.
it from a daddy.
Oh
I
yeah, I
think I
get everything from him. Apparently,
Forget growing. How about we just tone? Like, I don't need something to grow or
Right.
shrink. Just tone it up.
Snatch
Like,
always.
take a little body fat in the stomach area.
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
need
saying.
the mommy package.
Yeah,
I
just
just- I
solidify
just-
what I got.
I
Just
just
make it not
move
move
a
so
little bit.
much. Just solidify it, you know,
Yeah.
tone it up.
I like
I
the boobs.
shrink my boobs a little bit, have a little bit less sweat in the summertime.
Mhm.
Amen. I don't know what it feels like to run without having to hold my chest down at the same time. I would like to shrink things down so I can run. I want to be able to do things I used to do when I was like 8, 9 years old and not care. But these are always in the way. They're always in the way.
It's like your time is
Count your
Mhm.
blessings,
Oh.
girls. Some of us
I
are
just guess
still
so.
trying to
I ask my husband every time, I'm like, what if I get a
I
reduction? Are you
try
going to leave me?
to get to
He
choose
was like,
what
no, I
you
won't
want
leave
to
you,
shrink
but
or grow.
why get rid of them? So, yeah, that happens. But yeah, that's the only question I had. I think I had another one earlier, but I didn't put it up there.
Open your mouth.
Ellen says she wants to grow her torso so she'll be a bit taller. But that means you'll look a little bit. You can't. If you do that, that means your legs will still be short though. So
But maybe she has long legs because height doesn't always come from legs.
Yeah,
Maybe she has long legs and a short torso.
do you have long legs, Ellen?
You
I
need
feel like she doesn't though. I remember one time she shared her view at a concert behind everybody because she was the shortest one. She was the shortest one. So all you saw was heads at the top.
I have not had that problem.
Same here. I didn't have that problem until I went to college. I was always the tallest one. And then all of a sudden, all these other people, I was like, dang, there really are trees.
Meet those like basketball players, and football players, and you're like, wow.
Yeah.
But I'm good.
Yes.
I'm 5'10", 5'11".
Oh, you're tall.
And my
I think you and
my legs and my torso
Oh, yeah.
are pretty even. So, but I have like tall friends who have like a shorter torso and longer legs, or like vice versa. It's not as obvious when your legs are shorter than your torso, but if you measure,
Right. Unless you put on some tights. What did the kiddos nowadays they be talking about people talking about they look like teeth? You know what I'm talking about?
what are the kids
Like-
talking about? I don't know. Ain't no kids
So for
in my
example,
life.
like the cartoons, okay, if you watch, what is that? Despicable Me, you know how he's built like very slim at the bottom, but then the top
Oh,
he's
yeah.
So the kids nowadays, they call people tooth or teeth. They look like a tooth. I'm like, I guess so. I can see it a little bit.
Oh,
I've never heard of that.
That
Oh.
is rude as hell.
that's
Children.
Yeah, that's my little cousins. That reminds me, yesterday my cousin went to the prom. They didn't get there until like maybe 9 o'clock. The prom started at 7 o'clock. We took pictures for maybe an hour. That's what it felt like. But the entire time we were trying to wait for the other cousin that was supposed to drive them there to fix her phone. For whatever, you all may have an answer to this, so that's why I'm bringing it up. For whatever reason, her phone, she's with AT&T, it keeps going into SOS mode randomly. And so then she's not able to get any incoming calls or outgoing calls. It just randomly would just be on SOS mode for however long. Sometimes it can be for an hour, but it's been happening like that for, I think she said maybe like a couple of months.
SOS mode.
I'm
That
not
one's-
SOS mode for like the
You need a new
emergency
phone.
call.
Yeah.
her phone randomly does it. So she couldn't leave and take them there just in, because if you need your phone and it's in SOS mode, the only call you can actually make is an emergency call. You can't call anybody else.
Yeah. Is her bill paid? Is there something?
I asked that too. Like, did you pay your bill? That's the first thing. Because
it's like the company. Like, are you getting the funds when I send them?
I'm gonna have to ask her because she kept saying it's been happening for months, and she somehow found a workaround where she just presses like airplane mode, Wi-Fi, airplane mode, and then turns it off, and it comes back on working just fine. But this time it didn't work, and so that's why they were late for prom. But they was cute or whatever, for their little prom. I didn't go to my prom, so I felt like I was going to prom too.
No, we need to talk about this because this prom culture is getting out of control with the prices that people is paying for
dresses,
these prom outfits. And I got two kids, one in high school and one in middle school, and I'm telling you right now, I'm not doing all that. They spend thousands and thousands.
It's ridiculous. These prom dresses are out of control.
I'm not doing that.
High schoolers, horrible.
It's like
they look like, I don't know.
What does it look like?
Or wedding dresses or something.
They be looking like those big, huge gowns,
like big prom dresses.
Really?
And,
but is that
the amount of
money? Not just the people who have money in the school,
right?
Because that's what I remember.
It's just what I'm seeing, like on social media and stuff.
Oh, I guess that's the
extra
professional
social media makeup and the hair and just
I don't know if she got professional makeup, but I know she had
tens of
lots of money. The prom yesterday, I went to see off we had a prom send off for my cousin, and we were talking about the prom, and then so Kiana was like, "Let's talk about this prom culture because it's getting out of hand."
I feel like the whole junior prom, I don't know. When I think of junior, I don't know. I guess it depends. Junior prom, I guess, is 11th grade, but I know sometimes they have like middle school prom. To me, that's just a dance. I understand wanting to go a little bit extra for high school, but I'm not with these huge, crazy gowns with everything's exposed. Like, I be looking at the Getty images, and even some that's not Getty, just regular. It's ridiculous. Like, okay, Lunacia, I'm sorry if hopefully I said that right. I don't mind $200 for a dress, which is unfortunate. I'm seeing in the comments here. It's unfortunate that your school didn't have a prom because I do think it's a rite of passage and it's nice to have. So it really sucks when it came to COVID. A lot of my niece didn't have prom because with COVID, it was COVID time.
My daughter didn't get hers.
Yeah, so it sucks when you don't have that. But $200 for a dress, I would say even $3 is not bad for prom.
2 is fine. I think that's fine.
But overboard, I got to get this done. These promposal things for some kids you don't even know.
A lot.
And you only are going into it and your money into it.
This all existed when I had prom.
Right.
So the only difference I'm seeing is social media, I guess.
Making people want to up everybody.
Maybe
are singing about it because I'm like, the thing is, like, even my younger cousin, she's 25 now, but like she wanted something more expensive, and we were like, ain't nobody got that money, and you ain't making that money with your little job. So
exactly, if you're gonna pay for it, fine, but I'm not.
You can't get that. Like, as far as like, she got semi-professional makeup done.
Do it yourself.
But that was like something that that wasn't like the first time, I guess. Like, I guess for her picture, she got that. And like her and her mother, no dad in the picture, they're into that kind of thing. So me, I wasn't, so I didn't really get makeup done. Definitely not professional. We already had the conversation. I don't like any of the going to these professional services.
Yeah.
In the first place, like having people touching me, you missed that part, Courtney. I don't like it. But
I feel you on that one. I'm right here.
But I had friends who had more money or people who weren't friends who had families or themselves had a lot more money, and they showed up to prom in ball gowns and tiaras, and it was a whole spa day thing. They got their hair done, they got their makeup done professionally, they got custom dresses, and it was a thing. But I wasn't the only one who was wearing a dress from like Macy's, or not even Macy's, I forget where we went.
Dillard's was my jam back in the day.
Palais Royal.
Like my aunt paid for that, and it was a whole thing with, you know, various family members. They chipped in to pay for different things. So like my parents paid for graduation, and my grandmother paid for my graduation dress, and somebody else paid for the trip, you know, the senior trip or whatever. My aunt paid for prom dress and shoes, and like those were all little things, and that's how it worked out for me. Otherwise, because again, Courtney, you weren't here last time, but when I was graduating high school, we were in the shelter system, so and neither did my parents. Like they saved the whole year just to pay for cap and gown and whatever else was needed just to graduate. So that was nice. I wasn't expecting everybody to be like, oh yes, we want to pay for this, that, and the other. But it was nice. But like I said, I wasn't the only one who had a cheaper dress and didn't come in the limo. No, I have to change that. I did come in a limo, but it was a group thing. And so everybody put in a little bit, so it was only like,
and that's how it used to be
$46. And I remember somebody backed out at the last minute, and we were like, "Oh damn! Well, how you like? You gotta put in your." But there was definitely girls in my school with expensive stuff. Dudes too. I went to a multicultural school, and there were definitely some wealthy kids in there of various cultural and national backgrounds. And if they had the money, they brought it. If that was something that their parents decided they needed to be wearing, or they decided they wanted to look like, that's what they wore. But it was a range. Not everybody had that money or that want. There was a girl I knew who was wealthy, but she was, at least at the time, she was kind of like hippie, for the land type of chick. She just got something from one of the local stores, and you know, she had her little fringe on it, and it was like, you know, I don't know. It made me think of like flower power.
I think everybody places different values.
We had fun. Like we were. It's not like, you know, they separated themselves really. So I mean, if your school is more cliquey, and you know, people like, I'm not hanging out with people who don't, you know, have a custom made dress that has been tailored to their body or whatever.
Is that the new standard now? What people are saying, they don't want to hang with folks unless they shell out a bunch of money? Is that what they're saying?
No, I'm saying that didn't happen.
Oh, okay. I mean, I still don't.
You can't be in our limo because you can't afford it, but you pay for your own dress.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been seeing, and I just feel like people are just doing a little bit too much extra when it comes to prom stuff these days. To me, it's always pay for play. If you have a bunch of money and you want to shell out for it, go right ahead, but don't expect me. But here's the thing, with social media and with kids these days, they always want to top other people, and you know, they're always like, I'm one of those people that I don't believe just because you pay, just like weddings. Yeah. Just because you pay, like I've been to weddings that cost $27,000. Mine cost
$27,000.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm not doing that. You know? Like even in the U.S., they say this average wedding cost about $25,000 to $30,000.
$30,000, I think.
Exactly. That's not my standard. I refuse because my husband was like the same thing. Oh, my friends did this. I was like, well, and they took out loans and stuff. I refuse to get into loans. No. So to each his own, but I'm just saying that you have your own standard. Do what you feel comfortable. I personally, like my sister paid $350, I think $300 for her prom dress. It was like a, I guess seniors wear white, which these days I think they're doing away with, but it was white. It was almost like a wedding dress thing or whatever. And my other sister the next year wore the same dress, but I wasn't, for one, I didn't like it, but I was like, no, my dress cost $100 and I was comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. To each his own, but I'm not one of those people that feel like I have to do what everybody else is doing and I have to up them and do all of that. But there are a lot of other people that feed into that, and the pocketbook shows. I just know that if I was their mama, I'd be like, unless you working somewhere, then I'm not going to do that for you. And that's not to say you love me less.
Yeah. But I think that's the same too, because that was the thing. Like, it's just like people are like, I can't afford it, and there's those parents who are like, well, I can't, but I want to do it for my kid, and so I'll
and to each his own
to do it, and that hasn't changed either. I guess like it's more people see online there are more options. So when in the past you would just see, what the people in your school were wearing, maybe in the previous year, or the other local schools, and now you see like the whole world or the whole country, and now it's like, oh well, I want to do something like this, or and I'm just like, well, it's just up to the parents saying no or yes, or if they have getting it themselves and planning ahead. And the thing is, like, it's not just prom though. Like this happened all through high school because homecoming, quinceañeras, homecoming, and you do that whole what is it? The coming out thing. I forget what it's called. Where like there's some specialty clubs where the girls, like when they reach a certain age, I forget what it's called. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, cotillion?
Yeah.
Oh, now that's old bougie black people.
It's not.
Jack and Jill Club.
You don't have to be bougie to be a part of those clubs.
No, I was just joking because that's my connotation with it. But I didn't know none of that.
I'm just saying, like, that was also my association with it, but I found out last year they were like, no, it's just like a couple $100 a year, and if that's something you want your child to experience, that's something that's really simple to be part of. Quinceañeras, sweet 16s, cotillions, all of that happens at that age. So, and I told my mother, I was like, I do not want a quinceañera because that side of the family is Puerto Rican, and I don't want a sweet 16. I mean, we could celebrate my 15th and 16th birthdays, but I don't want all of that. Like,
hold on. Quick question. Elena, I see you're live. You're live. You can't comment on again, by the way.
Yeah, I haven't. I hope she doesn't think I'm ignoring her. I'm not ignoring you. I see it, but it's not addressed to me, so that's why I haven't answered it. I know she's talking to you, so that's why I just left it in the comments. We have one more question here from Ellen or Lenatia Books. She asked, "What is a down payment for a house?" I can't answer that because I don't have a house, and I never asked my parents what they did with when they paid for their house, how much a down payment was. But it can vary. If you also like sharing, like how much was a down payment for you all's homes?
Oh, I mean, don't you normally do like 10%? No, everybody's different though.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's different. Some people I know they do, like you said, 10%. Some people do 20%. I mean, it depends on if you got it.
I think she's saying instead of paying all that for a wedding.
Yeah, I just saw the context.
Right. And that's what I was going to say earlier. That's why I don't see in having a wedding, that costs that much when you can't live in a wedding. That's just a memory. Mm-hmm. So why are we paying so much for that when we can just use that money and redirect it to a down payment for a house?
Some people don't want to live in a house, or no, they're probably not. Like most of the people here in New York City don't live in houses, and the odds of you getting a house here
Yeah.
is pretty slim. You're probably gonna be in an apartment anyway. Though I don't know how much like condos cost, but that's
Well, in
similar
that case,
to buying a
the
house, you're just buying an apartment.
why not keep that money for your living? You know what I'm saying? Like whether you get a
Yeah.
house or an apartment, why not just keep that money for something you can actually like that's tangible?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she said she would rather, instead of paying $30,000 for a down payment or $30,000 for a wedding, you can have it $30,000 for like a house or domicile or something. I mean, I feel like each his own. It all comes down to each his own and what you value. Like I don't mind throwing money at certain things. Like for a wedding, like my sisters all had like justice of the pieces and stuff. And to each his own, but I always wanted to know that I wanted to, you know, have a little party and throw a little money and be a little bit flashy with my wedding versus just going to the JP and then coming, you know, to the house and just, you know, having just a little barbecue or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. But I knew I wanted to put a little bit of money, but I knew I was not going to be putting $30,000. I mean, to each his own. I enjoyed all my friends' little weddings and all, but I mean, in the end, that's on them and what they chose. It was a good time. I had a good time. I ate and drank and had my full. They did the same for my wedding, but my wedding was 8, and I was okay with that. I was trying to get it to 5, so 8 was over, but still, that was where I drew the line at it, you know.
Yeah. And then like one of my closest friends, he saved up, he and his now wife, they saved up and they got married and moved into the brand new house they bought. So they got both.
Yeah, there we go.
Like, they didn't have it all at once, but they had good enough jobs that a couple of years, like 1 or 2 years, and they were good. I was just like, you bought a house and you're about to get married. And it wasn't a cheap wedding.
That's what we did. Like we got married and bought the house all around the same time. But we saved our dollars, but it wasn't like
honeymoon, came back and moved in.
Say again?
They went on honeymoon, came back and moved in. That's what I mean at the same time, like literally the same time. I was like, that is wow.
That's good.
Not a lot of people could do that. That don't already have a house.
Yeah, everybody's finances is different. It's just like wedding, like the prom. If somebody wants to spend $5,000 on the prom, go right ahead. But it's not gonna be me. And I'm not gonna knock you if you have the dollars. Now you know when
it ain't gonna be me. I'll tell you that.
Get into debt over it because is it really worth it? But somebody told me, and I'm like, really, is this a thing? Somebody told me that it's a coworker, right? Because she's doing this whole. She just paid $500 for a prom dress for her daughter, right? She was saying that a lot of times people are spending all these money so they can make their kid feel special because less people are getting married these days.
Oh,
really?
That makes sense.
So that's the thing, right?
My problem. My kid didn't get married. I'm not spending $500 on the wedding dress.
It's just so coming from the wedding perspective, right? Weddings didn't used to be this way. This was, you know, the whole like wearing white and having everybody and their mother there and having a whole reception and all of that stuff. And spending all this money to have it decorated or be in a certain venue and all of that stuff. That comes from European royalty back in the day. And it's just got slowly trickled down to regular people to get married like this, on top of the whole legal process of it as well. And on top of that, it was a thing like, because, you know, misogyny and women not having a lot of rights, it's, well, this is the only nice thing women get, right? And that's where the whole, this is all about the woman, the wedding and all of that stuff. And things like the quinceañera and Sweet 16 kind of model off of that, because I don't know about Sweet 16, but the quinceañera, that's a certain culture thing. And again, it wasn't basically a wedding dress and having, you know, your parties and having someone to match you male wise, be your escort and all of that stuff. And it wasn't all of that before, but it got pulled into that here in the US when these two cultures met each other. And it's like, well, again, the only other time she'll be able to be appreciated and to be dressed up and, you know, treated somewhat nicely or have her way with things is in her wedding. So now we get 2 times in our lives, ladies, to be special and dress up.
2.
And that's where these things come from. And for some people, even though, you know, it's 2024 now, it's still kind of like that, where like, oh, women only get these things, or
Antiquated.
like
Antiquated idea.
What's that Sweet 16 reality show?
Yeah, there used to be a reality.
Sweet 16. Yeah, that was a fun time. I watched those. And they had a lot of money.
And the things like it's just fed into that, like the whole idea of this is all about the woman. This is all about the girl. So on the male side, as far as weddings go, that's why a lot of guys are just like, oh, well, you know, I can't do anything or I shouldn't be involved or whatever because the wedding is the woman's thing. And it's just like, it doesn't have to be.
I mean, I don't know. I think that's antiquated, but it's also culture. So, I mean, and then it depends on how much you feed into that culture aspect too, you know. But it's like, I think a lot of those ideas are antiquated, but then some of it is culture, but also you have American culture too, which also
that's what a lot of this is. American culture, which, you know, is a mix of the people that brought their little bits and pieces here.
Yep.
And it's just like trying to get people out of that mindset is unfortunately a lot of the talking I have to do, at least. So it's just like, look, you don't have to do things this way. You can do it any way you want. And there's a billion options. We were talking about wedding locations and people were like, oh, I didn't know libraries were an option in the comments. Anywhere is an option. Married people on the street.
You got your dollars.
And there's gorgeous locations. People get married in parks. People do all kinds of things. It's just the legal stuff that matters. Everything else is up to you. And if you want to be involved, he could be involved. If he don't want to be involved and I don't bother you, then he don't need to be involved. If you don't want to be involved, and the guy is more into what flowers should we have in there? Place settings, that's fine too. As long as people
I think people need to make their own narrative and think outside the box instead of following the leader. And that was where I ran into issues with my husband of, I'm not trying to be like any and everybody else. Like, it's not to say I want to do something different. It's just that I'm not trying to be spending the amount of money. Like, your money talks. You know, like if I had $20,000, $30,000, maybe I would have done maybe what they did. I don't know, or did something different, you know, but it's like, it's the same thing with prom. Like personally, and also even with dresses, like I was like, I refuse to pay the amount of money that a lot of people, like I don't put a whole big basis of my life on fashion. So that's another thing. So I don't value some big expensive dress or certain designers. So, and when you place values on like certain labels, you need to bring your dollars for that label, and that brings the price tag up, you know. Same thing with these custom prom dresses that some of these people. But I think a lot of these kids these days are really feeding into social media. Social media has made the world this small because everybody can see and attain what somewhere halfway across the world has been able to do. So if you are placing value on being like everybody else, then you better bring your coins and your dollars. Personally, my household, at least with me in particular, I don't place a lot of value on that, you know, and it's up to you that if you don't want to, as if you're a parent, and you are shelling out dollars with your kid, it's up to you to teach your kid that or tell them they need to go out and work. Otherwise, you are going to have a hard time trying to bring your kid down to your pocketbook in order to attain what it is that they want. And that's what people need to get of you write your own narrative instead of going with everybody else. Because I see all these kids on TV with these hats. It's not even the price tag of these expensive dresses that they're going to wear once and probably trash and be twerking and rip the seams up by the end of the night. It's also that these dresses don't even cover them. And I'm like, you are really letting your kid go out like that? But a lot of these people are placing value on, they got to have the nice big long nails, you have to have the makeup done, the big eyelashes way out to here. To each his own in what people value. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, so don't get me wrong. It's not me, but everybody is different. I'm not going to say what people's standard of beauty should be. It's just that certain standards of beauty require a big higher price tag. So you need to come up with, when it comes specifically for kids, if you're paying for it yourself, go right ahead. But if you can't afford that, then you might need to bring your kid a little bit further down to earth on that. But also, I also believe in children, and high schoolers to me are still children, and believe in covering themselves. And I see a lot of these kids going out with all this skin out and be a little bit cold, and you didn't pay $500, $600, $800 for a dress, and I'm seeing areolas. It's not cold. I'm just saying. Maybe I'm old, I'm older up there, so maybe I'm not woke into having your skin out. I don't know. Even when I was younger, I was not for that. I think you can be cute and still
be covered up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind them having a little bit of cleavage or something, showing a little age, but it's just out of control with some of what I see. And I'm just like, but I'm not a parent. I'm not paying their book. I'm not paying for the dress. I'm not paying for the experience. I just know me, because I had the same conversation about prom with a coworker of mine who is trying to, and she is stressed. Like, she had to take off work a half day. She was talking about the lady wanted like a $500 deposit for this custom dress. And I was in this conversation. I'm like, why are you? And she's like, well,
the deposit was $500.
Huh?
She said the deposit.
$500 deposit for the dress. I think
you get a good dress, because I've seen too many that pay the money for these custom dresses, and then what they get is not what was promised. And I'm like, I would be hurting somebody off of that. No, and I'm sure they're the minority. It's just there's scammers everywhere, and there's people who promise you things, and then for whatever reasons, maybe they have good reasons, they can't deliver. And as much as I understand, I'm like, then you need to give me my money back, because you just done ruined prom with that nonsense. But otherwise, I'm like, the custom dresses, like, you go into a local small business seamstress. Like, they ain't going to, Louis Vuitton and asking one of their seamstresses. Like, that doesn't happen, right? So this is not like a name brand thing. Though, the smaller businesses, they might have made a name for themselves thanks to social media or whatever else. But, like, you got to pay money, just like any other small business. Like, you're not going to Target, you're not going to Macy's, you're not going to wherever else. And that means you have to pay, they have to pay for their own overhead. They have to pay for their own electricity for that sewing machine. They have to sit there and put the beads on. If you want all of that, they have to sit there and hand sew all of your stitching and all of that stuff. You got to pay for it. It's expensive for a reason. They don't have a factory. They don't have, these machines that could do it for them. They don't have, overseas people in China and Taiwan and Malaysia doing it for them for pennies. So it's going to cost you. So I don't, balk at the pricing. I'm like, just know whether you have the money and be sure that that person can do what they say they can do.
Right.
You just come, like I said, it's all about what you place a value on. So if that's what y'all doing, because to me, if I had a kid and we talking about this prom stuff, we're about to get something off the rack. And if we need to kind of make it fit better, just like a wedding dress. Yeah. I got my David's Bridal. David's Bridal is a discount place, but they have beautiful dresses. I grew up seeing David's Bridal down the street. I always knew I would get my dress from there. And that's what I did. And then I actually got it online because it was they didn't have it in the store. They were discontinuing it, which means I got more at a discount. And then I took it to them, and then they altered it for my body. That is what I would be doing for anybody with prom, and we would not be spending $500-$600. We would get the best. Yeah,
$600 can buy your friend. If they decide to go to college, they can buy a bunch of books and supplies.
Exactly. But like I said, if that's what you place value on, and y'all want to spend all this money, just like I told my coworker,
I got my daughter's dress online,
special, and her friends are doing this. That's why you just work all day just for alterations for your kid's dress. But if that's what she places value on, go right ahead.
Yeah, and if it's already started, it's too late. I mean, the conversation is a thing of like, people don't know what they don't know, what options are out there. Like, what's really cool is there are companies that, because a lot of people don't rewear these dresses, wedding dresses included, and there are companies that will collect the dresses and keep them nice and either donate them to kids who can't afford prom dresses, or people can't afford wedding dresses for whatever reasons, or they sell them at a discounted price. Yeah. So it's not going to waste.
Rent one.
Yep. I like that. Mm-hmm. But
you can rent one.
Most of the time, those are like high-end dresses, so you're paying a grip just to rent them too.
But it's still
those
cheaper.
are designer dresses. You can
still a lot cheaper. After my prom dress, after my prom dress, I realized like I don't like that because that sat in my closet for decades.
No, I've been married 10 years. Over 10 years. My wedding dress is still in my closet.
After I graduated high school, I actually gained weight for the first time. That wasn't height, and I was like, and I couldn't wear that prom dress.
Not the
but no, because I was a stick figure. I'm not even playing. I was like 0 or 0 or whatever the hell in high school. So, but when I started my freshman year of college, I made it to a size 3, and that don't sound like a big deal, but for me at the time, it was a huge weight gain. So, and again, it wasn't height. I wasn't getting taller. I just had some body fat, and I couldn't fit it anymore. So that thing was sitting in my closet for decades, because I forgot it was there. But yeah, like once, I started going to, we didn't have proms in college, but like parties, spring fling or whatever stuff you have to dress up for. I was like, I don't know about this. But then after that, Rent the Runway.
I've heard of that before. Rent the Runway.
And the thing is, it is designer clothing, but like I've rented stuff that's thousands of dollars normally for $100, $200, $50 sometimes. The friend I mentioned who bought his house and had his wedding at the same time, their wedding, I wore a dress. I looked like a princess. That's probably the most expensive dress I've ever worn in my entire life. I don't remember what brand it was, but I used Rent the Runway, and it was $75, $80. And the thing is, you pick up, drop off, everything. I didn't have to wash it. They let me pick. They tell you to pick out 2 sizes just in case one fits better than the other one. The first one I got had a tear in it. You're supposed to report if you mess up the dress somehow, so they can fix it before somebody else rents it. But I guess the last person who didn't do that. But I called them back and I was like, look, this wedding is in 2 days and it's not in my home. So they sent me another one in the same size. The next day I got it. what I had a good time.
And felt like $1 million.
I had so many compliments from that dress.
I look good and it smelled good.
Yeah, and then I was dancing and everything, so it was comfortable. It had pockets. Gorgeous dress.
You got a dress with pockets?
I'll send y'all a picture later. But
love some pockets.
The next day, after I woke up in the hotel, I took that dress back home. I folded it up. I put it in the return packaging that they send you and sent that back. That dress is not taking up space. I have all the memories of wearing it, and that's not the only one. And there's Rent the Runway is not the only company that does that. And I'm just like, see, and it's not filling up a landfill somewhere, and it's not taking up space in my closet.
Right.
See, but you're responsible. A lot of these little prom people that are based on what I've been seeing and what I've heard with my nieces and some of these young people lately, they be doing too much with these little dresses they paid all this money for. You can't be doing that with a rental when you got to return it. Come back to shreds and pop and seams, because most of the stuff I've been seeing, like I said, there's cutouts and all sorts of stuff. So things are popping off because the material is so thin and it's not reinforced, even though they paid $600-700 for it. And also they be ripping seams because they be trying to get down low, and a lot of the dresses still right. Like,
the dress
like
have a lot of
I was like, that was $1,200 and it was still too tight.
Oh no. See? I mean, I guess they have to wear it anyway. You paid the money for it. Too late now.
Like I said, how people do.
Hi, Kiana.
I gotta head out.
Hi,
thanks for having me.
Awesome.
I'll see Extra Sprint on Tuesday.
Awesome. Okay.
All righty.
Good day, girl.
Bye.
Yeah.
I mean, that was me as an adult. I didn't know about that. I didn't know things like that existed when I was in high school. But
what?
But that was me as an adult. I don't know if things like that existed when I was in high school, or if I would have been responsible back then.
No, I think there's more of a
rental, but yeah.
Yeah. But it is nice to have services like that. You just got to make sure you take care of the outfits. And, you can wear wedding dresses and all sorts of stuff. But a lot of these little high schoolers, I mean, to each his own. I'm not saying everybody is, whatever. But I'm just saying that, they be doing a lot in these little proms. And you know what I think is also crazy? I saw this the other day where these prom people were like, oh, a prom is like, how long is prom? Like 7 to midnight, or I don't know, whatever.
Roughly.
Then, but the girl was like, oh yeah, well, we get there like about an hour before it ends to be late. And I'm like, hold up, you just spent all this money, and it's mainly just to take pictures at your house and with your friends. But by the time you actually get to prom, there's only about an hour or maybe 2.
I mean, they go to prom. I guarantee you, they're not only going to prom.
Yeah, but some of them were talking about
pictures at their house and leaving them.
I don't know. I just think it's to each his own. To each his own. All I say is that I just feel like when it comes to what you value, just make sure it's worth it. I'm a big fan of whatever I spend my money on. I try to get the best value out of it. And I just feel like spending the astronomical amount of money that is. But here's another thing. This is social media and also capitalistic companies trying to tell you how much you should pay for stuff. Just like people say how much you should pay for a wedding. That don't mean I got to pay for it. That is this wedding industry that people are trying to get people to feed into to pay money. That don't mean it has to be me. That don't mean it has to be you. So if you're one of those people that are willing to go into that, then you get what you pay for. But if I was in the person, right now I'm nowhere near trying to pay for anybody's prom, but I'm saying if I was that person, I would have a completely attitude than maybe some of these other people. And like my co-worker, like I said, she's in the thick of it with her daughter, and she just, she's just really just not having a good time of it, and is stressed about the money situation and having to take time off to go drive an hour for a fitting for this dress. And every time I talk to her, I'm like, why are you doing this? She was like, well, my daughter expects this because of her friends. And I'm like, and that's why you're paying all this money? It's like, okay, that's on you. I don't want to sit there and be all negative too. Or so I'm like, well, I just, I hope that it all works out, and I kind of leave it at that. I hope
it's worth it for you too.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, there's also some parents that are living vicariously through their kids.
That's true.
Right.
That's true. That's true. Just don't get into debt and don't take out loans. I tell people that all the time when they try to get like for superficial things. I be like, try not to get into debt for it. Just like weddings. Like I was like, look, I told my husband, I was like, I'm saving up my dollars because with our wedding, I paid for certain things. He paid for other things. Okay, and I'm better with saving and stuff than he was. But I was like, and when we started talking about the money situation, I'm like, I'm not taking out loans. I refuse to have credit card debts for this wedding to get done. I'm gonna save up my dollars, and what I can afford is what we're gonna pay for, and that's it. Yeah. It's just like the open bar for the wedding. They were like, oh, you can have a certain amount, of this and this package, and then they had a package of you pay for what people have up to a certain amount, and then after that come to you and ask if you want to continue, and that's what we did. We didn't even come to anywhere near that amount. But yeah, you
don't have a bar, an open bar, and let people pay themselves. If I did that, I'm like, look, y'all. You figure out how much you're paying because it's not coming from you.
Yeah, I couldn't pay that much. It's ridiculous. Like, just pick a dress. You're gonna dance in it for a few hours.
Correct. I don't understand where this whole custom dresses came from. I think it's, it's probably designers online that started, it's a trend, and then people tack onto it. But I'm just like, we go off the rack and find a pretty dress.
Right.
Ultimately, we'll go do that.
I found mine at the Jamaica Ave.
Well, I'm not gonna lie.
The dress as I was walking out the store, and I was like, all right, that's the one I want. Put the shoes on, and it was great. Nobody has ever saw me in a big, like poofy gown because I wasn't going to dress. I mean, I wasn't going to dance that much. I was just going to be there, show my face and then dance for a little bit. And then we was going to go ahead and eat and then go home. And that's exactly what we did. But it's too much. But I do have to say, it is the social media. Like, it is that aspect. Everybody is there for the clicks and views of it all. Everybody is dying for the attention. They want to feel validated. They want to feel beautiful. But women, we have to stop with that. Like, you gotta understand, this is just once in a lifetime, but we don't have to overdo it. You're there to have a good time. Stop wearing these overly ridiculous custom-made dresses, because literally in my head, when I saw one of the girls with those big expensive gowns, I so badly just want to take a drink and just throw it right onto her dress.
And also, they can't even walk in them half the time. And I'm like, really?
And then on top of that, you're swallowing up the whole dance floor.
Then you were like twerking and stuff, and now you're looking tacky. So you went out of your way, which some of these dresses are not even classy, mind you, okay? They look very trashy. And I'm not saying everybody, okay? But I'm saying you're doing all that, but then you're going doing stupid stuff. I thought you're supposed to look like a princess for a day. Like, I thought that was like I said, hey.
I'm definitely, let me see if I can send my dresses in the group chat. I'm totally down for twerking in a princess gown.
And even my wedding dress,
I've done every single time. Every single time I've had to wear one.
And even my wedding dress was a tea length. It was a short dress. Like, it wasn't expensive at all. I just went to David's Bridal. I was like, I mean, I'm not really a dress person, so let's just find something. I'll go ahead and lose the weight by then, and then we'll do this fitting. And that's what it was. And then I happened to see this tea length dress up to the knees, and then I was like, okay, I like that. And they worked with me, went ahead and got the shoes, and I thought it was a really great dress, wore it that day and lost the weight, but damn, it wasn't accounting for me being so stressed out that I was so bloated that I looked like I was about to bust out of my damn dress, for that matter. So, but other than that, I still thought it was still beautiful. You don't have to go overly exaggerated, with the dress. Just you should be able to feel beautiful no matter what you wear, which is
right.
what
And it's comfortable.
Yeah, but you know what? But and here's the thing, though. I have a strong opinion about a lot of stuff, of course. But I also still believe in to each his own. What doesn't work for one person doesn't work for another. My concern is more of like who's paying for it with parents, but to each his own. If somebody wants to overstretch themselves, what I don't like is people that complain about money and all this stuff, but then you sit there and spend all this money on a dress that your high schooler wore once that didn't value, kids that are barely even like passing grade, but you just spent $500 on a dress because they're whining.
Yeah, no,
and then you complain about government assistance and stuff. Like, I don't know. This is the stuff that I hear from people I know. So that's why I'm complaining about it. But I'm just like to each his own and where you feel in it. But I just feel like it's just not something I am going to contribute to, and I feel like people need to kind of second guess and think about it before they feed into that narrative, especially if they really can't afford it. But I also don't like seeing these kids with their skin out and just looking nuts. But I have a different opinion. You
gotta change your algorithm there. You gotta start looking for the kids that don't have their skin out and liking their posts so that social media For You page is like, oh, she wants to see these and not those.
I mean, I don't know why this stuff comes up. I just let them be. I try not to be the negative Nancy on these kids' pages. But I do look at these little comments sometimes when they come up. And like, that's what I thought. I'll just give a little heart. I try not to go out of my way to just go seek people out and be in trouble.
That's like, you gave it a heart and you told Facebook or Instagram, this. Yeah. And so it's showing you more.
Probably so. I mean, it's interesting though. I mean, we all look at a dumb bunch of things, but I mean, I enjoy looking at one of these dresses. Like, I like fashion and looking at it, and I'm not into it, but it's interesting just to see what some of these kids are wearing. However, this is not everybody. Like, I'm pretty sure if you go to a prom, and some of this also depends on where you're at. Like you go to some prom in like certain areas where the fashion's, kind of really out there versus you go into a more conservative area, you will probably get different things that people are wearing. So I just feel like it's all to each his own. My whole thing is just when it comes to what people are paying for prom and for some of these dresses, parents just need to do their due diligence. But if you did your due diligence and you found absolutely nothing wrong with your kid going out with a dress that didn't cover anything, then go right ahead. And then that's fine. Hey, that's who am I to say that is wrong? I didn't pay for it. I didn't contribute to it. I didn't make it. This is just me voicing my opinion. However, when you put it on social media, you made it a public service announcement.
I will add this though. There's definitely, because I'm remembering now more people in my trial. There's definitely some cheap dresses that were not appropriate, age appropriate for some of my friends at the time.
Yep. And that's always somebody.
Stylists. They were going to the local shops and picking something up off the rack. And it was areolas and booty.
And what's the thing? Back in the day, schools would stop you if you had a little bit too much out.
Oh yes.
These days, they let around.
We would get in trouble for like I think your skirt or your shorts had to be knee length. They can't be like too far above the knee. You can't have spaghetti straps. What else? You can't have different color hair.
Yeah, no spaghetti straps. No. I hated that. Why do boys allowed to walk around in tank tops? But I can't wear a tank top because I'm a girl.
Yeah, we had a lot of rules.
But here's the thing for us though. We had all of those rules in school. but prom wasn't in school.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, so you can do whatever you wanted to
Mm-hmm.
when it came from. Oh,
We're
okay.
not in school.
Okay. That makes sense.
It's not during school hours. It's a school event, but we're not in school. It's not school hours.
That's the loophole.
That's it was.
Yeah.
No, if my child was to say, "Oh, I want my body to be showing," I'd be like, "You're right."
Mhm. Was that a long train? My cousin had a train.
Yeah, it's prom time, so all of these things starts coming through. But I mean, hey, whatever. To each his own. It is what it is. Because one person may like this dress, right? Is this a prom dress? Yeah, bridal prom dress, whatever. Like some people may say that's inappropriate, but I think that's tame and that would be fine.
Yeah.
But
Her other cousin had a dress a little bit like that one, but hers was like a more red. She had
but I mean, but then you have like look at this. This is just YouTube short stuff, right? Like you see all that, but the girl in the green, I feel like all her boobies are hanging out. But some people, okay, so
barely move.
Like I said, it's to each his own. I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer, negative Nancy on all of it because I definitely can be. But it's just like to each his own. We all have our little opinions, but I feel like to each his own when it comes to that. Some people are a little bit more conservative. Some people are a little bit, hey, it's okay. My daughter's nails are 5 inches and her eyelashes are 3 inches. And she has a Lil' Kim purple outfit with one boob hanging out with the pasty and another one that. Because I have seen that girl.
I remember that one. It was
like my daughter's cute. She's on fire. Okay, well, there we go. She fired, okay. And when I on the way to prom, and she twerking, and her stuff's hanging out. And
so what's the time and the place for that?
Huh?
What's the time and the place for that outfit?
Exactly. Right. And you know what? But some people think that is okay, and that is fine. I'm not the person to think that is fine, so I'm not the person okay. But I also think that hopefully that school has a dress code.
Right.
But that's not me paying for it, and that's not me condoning that and saying my kid's gonna go out with that. So this is just my opinion. So I always stress that of subjectivity is one of the things that I learned with BookTube, and it's the same thing with that. So
one thing I'll add also is it's social media. A lot of people lie. You don't know that these kids are actually going to prom wearing them. They just saying, "This is my prom outfit."
Yeah, for I agree.
Very few of them actually post a picture of themselves at prom because usually it's too dark.
Yeah, that's true.
But so we don't know.
That's true. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get out of here because I got some stuff to do. The princess is sprinting, and I want to say hi and get in that chat.
We're gonna go ahead. I gotta go pick up some groceries pretty soon, and I got a book club meeting. I read the book this time, so yeah.
Is that Preserve?
Oh no, what's Pinata?
Oh, okay.
We'll be talking about that in a couple of hours.
Hopefully you enjoy your conversation.
I hope so. Hopefully I'm not the only one that feels the way I do. So we'll see. I'll let y'all know next week.
I need to do some filming, but I haven't done none of it. I feel like a mess. I feel like my hands are stuck with adhesive, and I just don't feel like filming. But I gotta film something. Are
you done with the house stuff though?
I'm done with that for the day. I just need to go take a shower. But I'm just like, how you have, filming isn't just filming. Like it's not like I have one book I want to do a dedicated review on, just a few minutes, nothing too crazy, right? And then I have my wrap up I need to do. But I'm looking like behind this computer, I got like friggin' 18 books. I'm not trying to sit there and organize. And figure out in which order and get your headspace together. And I'm not trying to do that.
It's a lot.
Like I haven't read anything in like 3 days because I finished all the books I planned to read, and then I even read a few more. And I'm like, I feel like overreading will give you a slump. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just trying to just relax. And then you got a lot of house stuff going on, and it's like,
I was gonna say that it's the house stuff that's making it where it just seems like you're not stopping. Yeah.
Exactly. Like I didn't have the video, like this one dedicated little review thing I wanted to do. I could have had that up for, I like to have at least one video up a week. And this last Saturday, was first time in probably a few months, I haven't had a video up because normally I'll like film a few things, but and I haven't even looked at, like I wrote down what readathons I wanted to do for May, but I hadn't even requested any books from the library.
I want to skip May. Just skip May.
Oh, I'm not skipping May. May is horror. I'm excited to read horror books.
And it's also our birthdays. May babies.
I know, yeah. Like I want to have some black horror, like legit. And I need to find something like, and so I have like 1 or 2 books I know I'm going to read. So I'll probably be into May before I actually finalize what I may read. So at least I know 1 or 2 books I know I'm going to read. But I just have a lot of things BookTube wise I need to get to.
Yeah.
I haven't had the time. And then this week I'm working a few days. So if I skip to week after next, I have a few days off so I can plan. But I have to be in a headspace to film. Otherwise I can sprint. So I think Tuesday during sprints, I will try to get it together. And do a few things during that.
Yeah, just block out that time. It'll work out.
If I can get things organized, then that will help me out for Tuesday. Because generally I work on Mondays and I'm running around to do things on Tuesday. But the house is not too crazy that I have to make up for it. So we'll see. Anyway, whatever. We'll figure it out. I even have the camera here. I set it up. Am I going to do anything with it today? No. I already made the decision.
That's the first step. You did. The first step was just hold the camera up.
No, I set that up and I've already made it up my mind that I'm not filming today. I'm about to put this camera, I'm going to put it right back together.
And that's all right.
I'm going to leave it sitting
here. So anything you do.
The way during sprint, I'll sit here. But I don't, my mind space ain't right to figure out what I even want to say about this book. So,
So just take a break.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to do that. So I got time. Saturday, video comes out on Saturday. I got all week. I just don't have a lot of days during the week because I have some work.
Right. Exactly.
I can film at least one.
I just take a break.
It's a hobby.
I always take a break.
I don't make it a chore. That's one of those things I've decided not to do in making BookTube like a job because I was doing that for a while, and I've definitely been a little bit more lackadaisical about it lately, and that's fine for me. Like I'm not on as much videos, but I'm not on all the time as much, so it's videos I support. That's probably about the same amount of support that I get, so that's probably fine.
Right. Don't burn yourself out because at the end of the day, this is a hobby until we start making money from it. So
yeah. And I'm sure the money ain't that good.
I'll be checking in. I'll send messages to everybody to see how y'all are feeling because I know April went by kind of fast and May is around the corner and life be lifing, but we got to check on each other just to make sure we're all right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me for 6 hours, you guys.
Hey,
where did time go?
We need to change the title of this.
Like we just be here. But you all have a really good weekend. Don't work too much this week, and I'll see you all in the next sprint. It'll be Sunday, right? And you're gonna be hosting, Courtney.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
All right. 2 hours on
All
Sunday.
right.
bye.
Bye, Princess Livy.
Bye-bye.
She's such a cutie. Right down to make this sprint thing for Sunday. Or have I already? Hold up. Maybe I did. Did I?
I have to click in stream.